feel like I need to come on here and say that I'm trying to figure stuff out right now. We'll get to the whole stream in a second. Let's see. I'm gonna open up the stream on my tablet and make sure it'll work. I feel like I need to come on here and say that I'm trying to figure stuff out right now. We'll get to the whole stream in a second. Okay. I'm trying to display the clock, but it won't. It just doesn't want to display it. It doesn't see it as a window for some reason. VLC source? Browser source? Will this count as a browser? Oh, no. It's not gonna work. I just want to display the clock.
One of them said display capture. Would that be anything?
That's just gonna display the whole...
Oh.
Unless I can crop this somehow. Scale. I don't know what to do. I don't want to show off my whole Discord or anything. Oh, so Bailey, you got... Sorry, if you... I wonder if we should have you go first, Glitch Tricks. Because since if you have thing and... If you have stuff soon, we can have you go first, and then Connor, you'll go second.
Is Connor okay with that, though?
Yeah, I kind of want a bigger crowd for mine.
Yeah. Okay. Then let's...
My stuff is mostly just explaining it to you guys, to be honest. Because I rarely ever share anything about this stuff outside of, like, maybe my sister's server.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Plus, it's just really long and complicated because it's a whole ass world building thing.
That's right. Yeah. I mean, you have half an hour to discuss what you want.
I more care about having an audience here on Discord than on the stream because I never really go over Hazme's a real full story anywhere. Not many people know Hazme's story. Also, John's not joining.
He's not?
Damn.
He doesn't have an outline. He's about to have dinner. Most people, I'm pretty sure I'm the only one with an outline, though. Outline is optional.
Yeah, I have like a semi-basic outline with the basic idea of where I want the backstory for all the royals to go for, as well as just a basic explanation of the overall universe things are going to be set in.
Mm-hmm. Dang it!
And
it would be really convenient if I had this. Sorry, what?
Oh, sorry.
No, I was just saying this would have been really convenient if the clock could just show.
And that would be really nice, but unfortunately we have to go for our basic stuff, and then I'm not sure, like, the timer has already started on me.
Yeah. Let's see. I can add the timer URL. Timer 30 minutes. Okay. So let me. Okay, that seemed to do something.
We finally have somewhat of a timer.
Yippee! That'll be convenient. Just let me know when it starts early.
Yeah.
Oh, do you have reference images?
Oh yeah, if
I have a couple of pick crews.
yeah, send
That'll
this.
basically is basically just gonna talk about all Trilomatic and all of the royals from it, which encompass my characters Amelia, David, Viola, and Emmy and Eve. So just give me 2 seconds to pull those pickers up for you, and I'll just send them to you in your DMs. Al, that cool?
Alright, cool. Alright, so I guess I can start then. I'll oop, where did the transition go? Oh, that's right. This doesn't have a transition. Oops. Alright, let's do that. Now put the timer up here in the corner. Okay, so what's going on here for people who'll hop in and watch the stream on YouTube here? So I'm giving my friends a spotlight to talk about their OCs, their characters. They have 30 minutes to talk about whatever. And if they don't get everything, down in one block of time, I can always do a part 2 someday. And yeah, at the end I'll discuss a new character I've had and other stuff. But I'm gonna turn it over to my friends here. We got Glitch Tricks and Hazme, Connor. We hopefully will also be joined by Keeper, Derek, Scorpid, and Blood Vial. And hopefully they'll be able to hop on and yeah, share their characters. So all right, you DM me the images. Let me download these.
Yeah, and there's the other two because I've actually managed to draw them, and the Discord crop on the one is just terrible.
That's okay. All right. So I have this little corkboard in the middle. I'll just kind of set them all in the corkboard. So, all right, I'm gonna start adding these in.
All right.
And whenever you're ready, I'll start up the timer. And you can.
I'll wait until you're done with the putting the images up. All right. Just to make it a little easier on everybody, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, the image adding process takes a little bit because.
Hey, it's okay.
Yeah. Oh. Move that.
Accidentally moved corkboard.
I did. Oopsies.
Whoopsie doodle.
It happens. I'm gonna move my view counter over here instead. There we go. All right, and here's our last one.
Yippee! Hello, who joined?
Hello.
Hello, welcome.
Hi.
Okay, so I got the images all set up.
Your mom.
My mom.
Sorry, I circled back.
Did we
I saw the
mute when
opportunity and
someone's
I took it.
going?
What?
Should we mute when someone's going and only unmute when we want to say something?
If I think it's a problem, then I'll enforce that. But right now, I think we'll be fine.
All right.
Do you
Yeah.
have separate little banners for everyone?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
That's so silly.
You're so silly and nice.
All right. So
Unlike you, Al.
Unlike me. No.
At least the OCs are silly and nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
His little avatar is looking at your OC with like those beady little eyes, though.
All of them.
Yeah.
That's
Look
just
at
that's just the current people that are like the main spotlight in the like, world building universe, anyways.
Look at him. All happy for what, man?
Well, there is some cleavage being shown, so boobs are there. Anyways, should I start?
Give me a second. I'm writing the rules for OC Spotlight real quick.
Alright.
I'm gonna start with this. So
I'll be right back while you're not going.
Guys, he's giving us
I'll be
rules
right
and
back.
being a meanie.
oh, okay. We'll wait till Connor's back then.
Rules are important.
Who needs rules?
Aren't you
And
under a
laws.
specific set of rules of objects you're not allowed to be around?
Do you think I listen to those? No, I do not.
Am I the only one that listens to rules? Because I basically have my own list now. Then again, I did try to eat a pair of scissors.
I would too.
They look tasty.
Oh, Adatmir? Oh, I never remember how to pronounce your username. I'm so sorry. Adatmir. Don't worry, chat. Adat is here to revive the heck out of this place. Is this new? Yeah, this is new. This is a whole new thing we're doing called OC
Fuck,
Spotlight,
yeah.
where
Okay.
my friends are invited to talk about their OCs and stories. Glitch Tricks is about to go here. I'm just posting the rules for this, and that is to stay on topic. If people get too off topic, the timer will be paused until the topic is reached again. That way, everyone has nearly the same amount of fair time. Keep comments small, like I guess if you want to add a comment, like that's cool or this. If it devolves into anything else off topic, then the timer will be paused. If the timer ends, wrap up quickly. We'll have a second part someday, so don't worry if you didn't get everything out that you wanted. That's pretty much about it. So, whenever you're ready, I will start the timer.
That's so scary that you're being timed. It's like a fucking test.
Yeah.
Is
So-
it a test though if you already have notes and an idea of what to do?
Yeah, I asked everyone
Is it really a
to
test if you created the subject?
Exactly, yeah.
Exactly.
I asked everyone to start to put down an outline or bullet points or whatever, but if you have everything in mind, you can just treat it like a normal yap session. So
Yeah, I'm good at that.
I'm-
That's why I have no
Oh,
notes.
yeah.
All right, so Glitch Tricks, whenever you're ready, give me the go. I'll start the timer and let you have the floor.
Green light.
All right, the timer's going. Go ahead.
All right. Okay, so to preface all this, you're going to need to have context on the entire universe itself, which I have dubbed Alatriolomatic. For Alatriolomatic, there are 3 sectors with 3 rulers over each of them, and each ruler is represented by a bird that can control either all types of physical or psychological forms of dark and light magic. Only one sector has both physical and psychological forms combined into one so far, and the rulers are responsible for guarding the history, artifacts, and spells corresponding to the magic they accepted domain over on their coronation days. Sector 1 has the Crowfoot symbol, and it encompasses all the physical dark arts of magic, and thus holds an incredibly dangerous artifact and weaponry they infused with this magic. The way that part of Alatriolomatic is structured is like that out of a Tolkien fantasy novel, with bright skies, cobblestone paths, simple villages, and fantasy creatures running about amongst the floral and wild fauna, with dragons inhabiting mountains and forests, and people of all shapes and sizes running about from many different species. It's the easiest to describe as a sort of classic D&D setting. The royal dwelling there is a massive mansion there, with a dragon nursery in the back and an outdoor bakery in the front. That one is ruled by David, who is age 46, and then he is known as one of the kindest out of the 3 rulers currently. He's a very a jumpy and serious type of dude, but he's also very easygoing when it comes to interacting with citizens and is incredibly protective over his daughter, Evelyn, who is the Crow Princess. He sadly lost his wife during a very unfortunate circumstance while Eve was being born. So that she only had as her father as like one of the people that helped raise her, alongside his best friend Glenn Corling, who runs a tavern with his own sister, Symphony, in Sector 2, called the Drunken Token. And speaking of Sector 2, why can't I fucking speak?
Sexter.
That's okay.
Silence. Sector 2 has the dove for its symbol and encompasses all of light magic, both physical and psychological, while holding history and artifacts and spells that are used to help all sectors maintain health and prosperity for the entire world. It's considered incredibly sacred. Sector 2 almost appears to be shrouded in an eternal night. The skies above are always being full of bright stars and visible moons, the flora around taking on colors of blues, purples, and yellows and pinks, from the trees to the grass. The towns and cities always lit up with joy, is from all that live there, and many more nocturnal types of people finding it a wonderful place to live. The center of Sector 2 in the center of Sector 2 lies a fairy tale style castle, so that almost looks like it's made out of pure light, acting as a beacon. The ruler of that is Viola, who is in her late 30s. I believe she's 38, if I recall correctly. I'd have to check notes, but I don't really want to do that right now. So, and Viola is the Dove Queen. And she is a very kind lady and is always open to hearing anything from her citizens, though is often holed up in her castle while researching history and taking care of her adopted son, Luke, who is only 10 years old. So Luke is not eligible to ascend the throne, unfortunately, as it is a blood right bared by the Andrews family. And while he may be an Andrews legally and is still treated as the prince of Sector 2, he is not able to ascend to the throne, as his body would not be able to handle the amount of magic that would flood him if he were to be coronated and crowned as king. Now on to the youngest of the Andrews siblings, who is 36, Emmy. And she is known as the Raven Queen and rules over Sector 3. Sector 3 has the raven as its symbol and encompasses the psychological dark arts of magic, and therefore holds a deeply powerful and truly dangerous spell alongside the history of terrible bloodshed that previously ravaged all three sectors at the hands of the current royal's mother, Lulana, who is the former Raven Queen that ended up being overthrown when her children were grown, but after they were exiled when they were young. The ruler there is considered to be both the most powerful and most dangerous, being prone to the possibility of growing corrupted or cruel, again, like Lulana. Unlike the other two sectors, however, Sector 3 is almost like a wasteland, with crumbling buildings and its forever dark and cloudy skies, almost engulfing the entire place in a cloud of gray fog. The plants there are deep shades of gray and black, as if a smoky ash covered them. And the only beings that seem to inhabit the place are shadows that take on wispy forms, copying the different folks scattered about Alatria Lomatic. Most are passive and friendly. Others, however, are far more sinister, with one in particular living in a large Gothic mansion than the ruler resides in. His giggles and maniacal laughter echoing through its halls and the surrounding areas. This place is often considered to be the slums of Alatria Lomatic, a place where the impoverished often inhabit. It's not pleasant, but it's not quite completely awful, though. Many things are just often overlooked, as Amelia is often been busy trying to get a handle on other things regarding in the entire country. And just her entire kingdom, rather. It's very made very complicated, and I'm still trying to work out how everything with the magic works. But so far, or from what I understand, from what I can grasp on it myself, the physical stuff will always have weapons and objects imbued to them. Then that's where the magic thrives and runs. While the psychological stuff is more the classic spells that you see, such as, oh, I don't know, Fireball.
That's cool.
That is, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is so much world building. It's awesome.
Yeah, you really put like so much thought into it. Like I love the amount of detail that's just like
World building is my
It's
flaw,
just-
honestly.
Yeah, I mean it's like it's an acquired skill, I suppose. It's something everyone just kind of builds over time and kind of learns on their own, and then that's always fine.
I've
Like-
been building this since I was 16.
That's so real.
That's another thing. It takes time to do things like these, and it seems like you really have had a lot of time to think about it and put it together. And that's cool. That's awesome. Like this has just been around for so
A long
you've had
time.
to develop it. Yeah.
And there's still a ton of history behind the ancestors with the nobles too, but I'm not sure if I'd have enough time to do that, even though I do have a little bit of an outline. Oh, 22 minutes.
Yeah,
That is
22
definitely more than enough
minutes.
time.
That's more than enough time. Go ahead. Also, if you go under, right, like you finish and there's still time left, don't worry about it because we could just use that for comments and stuff and just more general discussion.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
Mhm. All right, so the furthest back that I've gotten mine so far traces back, for like the Andrews family, traces back to Gerard Andrews and then Salonia Wolkovich. Salonia's family, he was the one that was running the land originally. The pair falling in love. Salonia taking Gerard as her husband and king. And from that, they both had 3 beautiful children, all sons who often fought. To settle it all, Salonia and Gerard decided to split the land into 3 domains, entrusting each prince with one to take care of, choosing to use birds to symbolize all of their powers. And that is how the 3 sectors were made. Years and years went by, and the family grew as the princes found love, had children, and the cycle continued until the eldest great-great-great-grandchild fell ill and sadly passed away without being able to produce an heir, which continued on with others, like a sort of curse until Narada, Tyla, and Dorian were born. These 3 were considered the grandest rulers of all of Trigonomatic, Narada being the eldest and kindest Raven Queen on record, her own granddaughter not even touching the level of compassion that she held. Tyla was considered to be the strongest Dove Queen, able to take down enemies that tried to attack in the hundreds on her own with how hard she trained and how much she put in to protect her home and the neighboring sectors. Those coming into power after her often been regaling those around with her tales of dedication and heroism. Dorian was considered to be an entirely different beast, however. He could be as cold as ice, eyes burning as bright as hellfire, with a temper rivaling that of an erupting volcano when in contact with other people. And yet his brilliance shone through with his strategy, record keeping, the artifact upkeep, and above all else, dragon tame. Dorian was a world-class dragon tamer, often preferring the company of such creatures to humans, locking himself away for extended periods of time, and bonding and even raising such creatures, demanding a nursery be built nearby for him to pursue such a passion alongside his kingly duties. Out of those 3 royals, however, only Murata ever had a child, her spouse sadly passing away after he stole a scroll containing a powerful spell, which he attempted to cast, costing him his life. Murata, consumed by sorrow, promised herself to raise her child with all the love and care that both she and her spouse would have given them.
Oh, nice.
And then I also have more backstory, which is on Lulana. Which was, as I mentioned earlier, while explaining the entire royal family, briefly, was the former Raven Queen that cast out her own children and then what was swiftly overthrown when they reached adulthood.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Lulana Andrews is the latest former Raven Queen, as I said, and she was the only daughter of Murata and the only child to survive past the age of 10 out of any of her cousins. Mulana was raised to be as kind as possible, as strong as steel, and as brilliant as any of the Alatri Mathematican scholars, being cared for by all 3 siblings of Tyla, Dorian, and Murata. Mulana grew to be both a refined and sweet woman, being the land's most beloved Raven Princess, and finding love with a powerful sorcerer from Sector 2 named Toricus, whose heart was as pure as the light in the castle, though resting in the center of the capital city. They both brought out the best in each other, and they both had 3 wonderful children, David, Viola, and Emilia. This also touches on a little bit more on who David, Viola, and Emmy are. David is the eldest and has always loved spending time at his mother's side and with his grandmother, even running off to spend time with his great uncle Dorian, who filled his mind with grandiose tales of him tracking down and raising dragons in his nursery, teaching him the wonders of such creatures. Viola, the middle child, often spent her time with Tyla and her father, fostering both strength and warmth in her heart and becoming a great warrior, training alongside both Tyla and Sector 2's head general, Yokoba Tegris, who I'll end up giving an in-depth explanation when I reach the topic of miscellaneous nobles and figures in Altria Lumatic's government. Emmy was the youngest, and was sadly just barely walking and talking when her whole life fell apart. She was often in the arms of her mother and father, and frequently left with her siblings. David loved his baby sister dearly, gladly lending a hand in raising her alongside Viola. The Andrews family was often filled with peace and warmth during those times. It was the day that Lulana turned the age of 38 that everything truly fell into chaos, however. It was determined that Queen Murata would decide when her beloved daughter would step into her role as the Raven Queen. Toricus already proudly being crowned the Dove King, in his passing 40th birthday at the insistence of Tyla Murata. At the insistence of Tyla, Murata, inspired by her sister's actions, decided the time had finally come for her daughter's coronation. It was an important affair, swiftly put together at Murata's behest, and on the dawn of Lulana's 38th birthday, she was crowned, being placed at the foot of the deep, inky pool that lies in the center of the courtyards in Sector 3's Raven Manor. The crown was carefully placed on Lulana's head as she dipped her hands into the murky waters, a scream erupting as the surface of the well began to broil alive with uncontrollable magic, surging forward and nearly drowning her in its power. It was a very tragic time, as hardly anyone left that room alive. Her own husband being skewered by his wife as he screamed for his children to run for their lives, to flee from Lulana's rampage before he was ruthlessly killed in front of them. David, grabbing Viola and Emmy in his arms, ran for their lives, Viola crying out, but for Toricus and Emmy sobbing in fear of all the chaos erupting around them. And for the next 2 decades, Alatria Lumatic was plunged into a deep era of darkness and despair, as Lulana took over, and basically they ruled with nothing but an iron fist and a taste for blood. She was never, ever the same, and she never will be the same. It was as if a piece died of her. A piece of her died in that dark, inky pool.
Oh, wow.
There is a lot.
This is more intense than I thought.
There is a lot.
It's
This
crazy
is the
though. I
plan.
like it. This is awesome.
Yeah, the plan so far is to continue writing out the history of what happened to the siblings, as I'm trying to make sure I record the entire family history, of which Dorian will be a massive part of how these kids are raised.
Mm-hmm.
As Tyla was slain, but Dorian ended up fleeing to a really dark and deep sector of Sector 1, which I could compare to the likes of that of Mirkwood from The Hobbit, if you want the simplest comparison possible.
Yeah.
But I think that's all I got so far, unless you want to hear about the miscellaneous nobles, which include... Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, I was just gonna say, I mean, you have 13 minutes. If there's anything else you want to squeeze in, you have the time to do it.
Yeah, I can bring up a couple of the nobles. Just give me me a second.
Okay.
There we go. Should I send you the pictures of them or just tell you about them?
You can send pictures and I'll put them up if you want me to.
Yeah, that'd probably be a good idea because I don't really have many descriptions on how they look. I just have pictures again.
Yeah, no, that's okay. Yeah, pickers work. Like anything you guys have, like that's fine.
Oh shit, we were supposed to send images?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can if you want. It's
Yeah.
not required.
It would be preferred, like, if you're able to. Yeah, it's not required, you don't have to, but it'd be preferred so, like, everyone can see the OCs you're talking about and your characters, and, you know, you can put a face or design to the stuff you're talking about. All right,
I guess
so I'm
I'll send
putting
you
it
a
right
few more.
now.
I guess I'll send you a few more for me.
Yeah, go ahead.
I have so many characters within this little realm, but I'm trying to stay focused on the royals for the sake of simplicity.
Yeah.
Someone.
Right here. Gorilla joined the chat. Hello.
Welcome. Salud.
So I am here now. Hi.
Oh, hi, Scorpion.
Hi, honey.
All right, I'll add these as well.
This cork board is going to be so full.
That's okay. I can go over. Like I can add it out of the corkboard.
I was under the impression that, like, you made, like, corkboards for everyone already. I'm stupid.
What? Oh no, I did. I have other templates with everyone else's names. That's why I did the poll on the Discord.
Holy, who is that?
That is a really
that
cool
guy?
design, by the way. I really like that.
Yeah, it came from one of my favorite pit crews.
Adjust my glasses.
Sarah, are you eyeballing the man that is at least 121?
Age doesn't matter to me when they're way older.
All right. Well, you got 11 minutes left.
All right. So first off, not the first guy that you pulled up with the elf ears and the dark hair is the captain of the Royal Guard in Sector 1, Clayton Regardes. He ended up watching Evelyn grow up and taught her self-defense himself. He's fiercely loyal to the king and princess of Sector 1. He is age 51, but keeps himself healthy enough to often be mistaken for being in his 30s. He has a wife and child who Evelyn often babysits for him when he's busy, and frankly, he basically considers both David and Evelyn to be part of his family. The next one, which is the fellow with the horns, is the head general of Sector 2's troops, Yokovatikdes. A Fae-like man, his service to the royal family has spanned 4 generations, and the corruption of the former Raven Queen. Aged 126, he still describes himself as a spry and powerful man, which is no understatement. He's watched both Lulana and her children grow up, and considers the young royals his own kin. He's a major soft spot for Luke, who often refers to him as Grampy.
Aw. Grampy.
And then finally, that sinister clown motherfucker right there. That is the man running nearly everything to do with defense by the current Raven Queen's side. Grimwing Lychee.
Mm-hmm.
He's a shadow creature and trickster. Grimwing is not to be taken lightly at all. Despite his playful gimmicks and seemingly carefree ways, he takes his position seriously. The seemingly endless age, Grimwing is what the Raven Queen describes as the perfect weapon in battle. A classical killer clown that either disarms, distracts, or terrifies his foes in a deep manner that can leave opponents reeling.
Oh, wow.
He is highly unstable, though, and seems to have a strange infatuation with the Crow Princess, claiming that one as strong as her could be able to wield both her powers over dark magic that runs in her bloodline and the light magic that sleeps deep beneath the earth. He is to be treated with both respect and caution.
I love the design. Like
For which one?
the clown guy. All of them are good too, but like yeah, the clown looking dude, like that's great.
When do I get a chance? I mean, what? Who said that? Who said that?
I don't know. I don't know. Huh?
Suspicions.
Sweats nervously.
So is that
All of them are.
Do you,
Yeah, that's all of
Okay.
them that I really have prepared. The others I still have to very much do some serious overhauling. Though I am thinking of making one trait that David and Glenn share is just that they both often wear capes. Purely
nice.
because I was highly inspired by Pokemon.
Yeah.
And I think it's Lance that has the cape from Pokemon. Like the really cool one.
Ooh,
But that's just like a thing.
yeah.
Like, there's also like a ton of other characters, such as Skulls, Iron, Glenn, Symphony. There's plenty of people for me to talk about, but again, I'm trying to keep this focused on like the nobles and royals for the sake of simplicity, and that would be about everything on them that I got.
Right. Wow.
I mean, like, it's interesting as fuck. I was locked in listening to it. No, like, I don't think I've ever been locked in that much
No,
in my entire life.
Same here. Like I was just this is like a I was treating this like a podcast. Like I like hearing
Yeah.
all this.
Like a
It's
podcast.
We
great.
finally got good at one.
Yeah. We finally got a good one. Like I remember we tried to do the MT Creations podcast, but like oh god, it plundered.
did.
That shit
Yeah.
plundered. But well, it's all good.
And I just remembered that I didn't talk like jack shit about Eve.
Oh
You have 6
yeah,
minutes.
yeah, you have
You have
6 minutes.
6.5
She's the
minutes.
one that's
minutes.
appearing
She's-
in the next project. Fuck.
She's
got-
gonna be
you got
born
6
soon
minutes.
anyway, too.
The timer's still
she's,
ticking.
she's part of the whole thing we're doing with Christmas of MT too. So yeah, you have 6 minutes. Add a little thing about Eve. Introduce her if you can, because she's gonna come in at some
Alright.
point.
You got 6 minutes. Hurry.
All right, so on the cork board, the young lady with the cocktail in her hand, leaning on a counter, is Evelyn Andrews, the current Crow Princess, and that she's already had a bit of a rough run. Because currently, her story is that she's half blind because when she was a baby, a scorned maid decided to try and take revenge on the king by killing the daughter, for which did not work out very well for her, as soon as David found out, when he heard his child literally screeching in pain from having her eye stabbed with a letter opener. Or he
wow.
basically
a letter
killed that
opener.
woman. He basically killed that woman himself, because well, that's his daughter. That's all he has left of his beloved wife, named Fiona, but who unfortunately passed away during childbirth after an unexpected labor occurred in the manor. So David's basically looking at Eve as like the last piece of the love of his life, as well as his beloved daughter, who he's incredibly protective of. Eve is a person that honestly just does not know who she is, which is pretty common in people who are about 23, which is Eve's age.
Mm-hmm.
And well, as she's trying to figure herself out, she's trying all kinds of different hobbies alongside trying to study, alongside the royal scientist and her aunt Viola. The royal scientist is Naemi's best friend, by the way, Sora Mocha, who is honestly one of my oldest OCs, but I didn't want to give her a starring role considering it felt kind of out of place there at the time,
Mm-hmm.
especially now. And well, so far, Eve's interests often fall towards exploring and just general adventuring. And she even has a lovely dragon that she helped her father raise. She named Big Red, who is just, well, a big red fire dragon,
Oh, cool.
then with bright green eyes.
Big Red.
That's really cool.
Yeah, I'm still working on more of her traits and such, and trying to get her personality down a bit more. But so far, what I have for her is that she's bright and rather sarcastic, often trying not to show too much emotion, in order to keep herself safe.
Yeah.
She's got quite the rocky past, and so far, her best friend is a dragonborn red guy named Kevin, who often likes to play the guitar.
Okay, nice.
She's also friends with the local bartender for Skulls over at the Drunken Token, as she's often there to visit Glenn, who helped raise her.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, she's not as interesting as the other royals, but I'm working on that.
Mm-hmm.
I'll end up having to introduce more of like the side folks around there, but that's everything.
Nice. Wow. Thank you.
Yay!
My clapping won't be picked up, but I am.
That's
I'm
okay.
clapping, I swear, guys.
Well, that was awesome. I love this colorful cast, the stories, everything. So I haven't announced it on the channel, but I have been working on Christmas of MT2. I have finalized the script. Scorpion and Glitch Tricks. I think you guys just like you're the only ones left to revise the dialogue. You can do that whenever. Like there's still time to figure it out. But yeah, Eve, she's this one right here.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, she will be making an appearance in Christmas of MT2, and yeah, I can't wait to animate the character and work with it, and like this'll be fun, and maybe someday when we'll if we ever figure out other collaboration projects, we can bring in more OCs and more characters from everyone, and kind of just yeah, I would love to see all these stories like put out there. Like I would love to. I'll like everything you guys make, like, and you know when we go through and everyone talks more about their stuff, everything you guys make, it's awesome. Like this is why I'm doing this. I want to show the world that you guys are just great at what you do. I want you guys to take the opportunity to show that you are great at what you do. And yeah, I just love seeing all this development stuff, and maybe we'll definitely do these streams like more than once, so everyone can see the development or any other projects or everything else. Like even I'm gonna be at the end. I'll be talking about some new characters and new stories I've been developing, and I'm excited to put out there. So yeah, it's great to hear all this, and like I could sense the passion put into it, the passion and effort and heart, everything. And that is awesome to me. I love seeing and I love hearing all that. So thank you for taking the time to come on and tell your stories of all your characters and everything. Like I love the designs and everything. Whoop. So this is great. All right,
Oh,
30 seconds. What happened?
My neighbors are vacuuming upstairs.
Oh, okay. All right.
That's why you can hear buzzing in the background despite my noise suppression.
Oh, I see. That's okay. So
When noise suppression doesn't do anything.
It works
Yeah,
for
it
me
sucks
considering it cuts off all
sometimes.
my shit.
so we have Scorpid, we have Derek, we have Blood Vial in chat. I'll refer to you guys as your usernames, just why not in the stream.
All right.
So
Yeah, do that.
we were talking about Hazumi going next.
Yeah, I'm up next.
Is there anyone else who like? Hazumi will go next, but is there anyone else?
Can I go after?
Yeah, you can go after.
Sorry.
I was gonna ask if there's anyone else who has anything else like going on soon that they maybe can't stay for like the time or so.
I might. It depends on when I need to do my my stuff for Temper. I don't know if they're gonna be able to do it today. So if they can't do it today, I can be here the whole time. But
Do you want to go after me just in case?
I can do that. I told them I wouldn't be able to go after 7. So I would be able to go after 7, but
All right.
Okay, all right. So, all right. In that case, yeah, that's kind of why I asked. I want to make sure. So I guess in that case, Connor, you go. I
right.
guess Derek, depending on what you got going on, then you can go, and if not, Blood Vow will go. So let's
right.
switch over.
Thank you.
Yeah.
As you
It's so
switch
weird
over,
hearing someone
I'll be
say
right
my
back as you switch
username.
over.
What?
I'll be right back as you switch over.
Okay. All right, and I'll put. Up
It's
the
so weird.
images and everything.
It's like so weird hearing people say my username, dude.
Yeah, I just thought it'd be easier. Like I don't know. That's what I wrote down on these templates and stuff. Actually, I'll just reuse the images for her characters. Hang on. So
Then you can just replace them.
Yeah, I'll just replace them. It'll be easier. Oh, is it not letting me replace them? Oh no, yeah, yes it is. All right. Also, all the art that I'm displaying for Hazumi's characters, he actually commissioned them from me, and I did these for him. He designed them. He made his own designs. He worked
You already
on
have
them,
that one.
and
Oh,
it's,
no, you
it's a
didn't.
variant.
Oh, it's
And
a variant.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I made this art.
It's the shiny version.
It's the
Yeah.
shiny version.
Is the shiny
I'm back.
version. All right.
Yeah.
I was
The white-haired
explaining.
one is just the shiny version.
I was explaining to the stream that I made all this art for you. You got it commissioned.
Oh, yeah.
You did the designs and you sent them over, and I made all this art.
Yeah, these are all.
Yeah. So whenever you're ready, I'll start the timer. I'm just adding the images.
And then I had one you don't need anymore because I updated my script. So all you need after this one is my drawing of Hazume's illusionary one design.
Okay. So this and then. So skip. So skip the
that.
couch one and then just do this one.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
I'm like gonna be muting a lot during the stream because like low key my nose is kind of runny and like I don't want to hear anyone like dude I don't want anyone to hear me like sniffling. That's so awkward.
That's all right.
I was gonna keep mine muted so that I wasn't gonna talk over anybody, but
Oh, that's okay.
also I'm gonna be working on something I'm writing, so.
That's okay. So our rules for OC Spotlight is to stay on topic. If people get too off topic, the timer will be paused. Keep comments small, right? Like we just did. We're just adding like, okay, this is cool, that's awesome. Just kind of add comments like that. And like if the conversation derails, I'll pause the timer. But I generally would prefer we either just keep within 30 minutes that we have, and then like we can have some time after the timer runs out to kind of talk about it further and stuff. If the timer ends, say wrap up quickly. We'll have a second part someday. So if you didn't get everything out you wanted, don't worry. So
I think for this one we're not gonna have time for general fucking discussion.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Alrighty.
I'll probably have to hop out now,
Okay.
but that way I can go prep for my VA stuff.
All right.
All right.
Okay, bye.
Thank you for joining.
See ya.
See ya. All right. So, whenever you're ready, Hazumi, I'll start the timer.
All right, I'm ready.
Okay. So I want to start real quick by saying, like, I know this is an important thing to you. So the character design's right. Huge boobs, big boobo women, and there's like a divide you want to create between their horny looks and their actual characters and story. And I want to emphasize that because I know this is important to you, and I know that's where you're gonna lead off with. So carry it away. Let's see what you got.
All right. I should probably start before just jumping into just what Hazume is. I should probably go over world building as well.
Yeah.
And what like the hell illusions are, what the title is by being illusionary, and what the illusion hunters are. So, first off, the illusions are basically actually I have these at the bottom. They're monsters of unknown origin. It's so unknown I have not written their origin yet. So their origin literally does not exist yet.
Okay. Wow.
And it's been I believe I wrote they've been around for hundreds of years, and the illusion hunters have been fighting them for a long time in history as well. And the big thing with illusions is outside the cities at night is a lot more dangerous because they're more active at night.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's stuff they do like in the start of illusion. In the start of illusionary, the docks are just flooded with them, and that's what Hazume's team of three, her, Lynn, and Nina, is there for. And then for the illusionary itself, I'm thinking that's the official title of the leader of the illusions, because the illusions aren't just general monsters. There's more dangerous ones called demonic illusions that the generals have somehow formed a pact with, and they've like tamed and can control them. And then there's the illusion generals themselves, which are actual humans among the ranks, which can control them all. It's like the ranking system of there's the leader, Ernst, at the top, the generals, which command the demonic illusions, and then the demonic illusions control the normal illusions. And then there's also a weird sub-army that's exclusively dedicated to trying to hunt down Hazame and her sister because of their illusion powers.
Right.
Because they know how dangerous they are, and they also will have the powers of illusion, so they're trying to capture them and make them fight for themselves and brainwash them.
I see. Yeah. So there's like this whole hierarchy going on, kind of.
Yeah.
I see. That's pretty cool.
And Ertz will definitely be mentioned later because he's kind of important. So Hazame is one of the illusion hunters, so now I can get into her. Hazame as a whole isn't just the horniness that I've said on Discord. She's a really calm, collected, and level-headed person who, in the heat of a battle, she can just calmly assess a situation and support anyone where they're needed without really losing her cool or anything.
Wait, I want to point out Hasme is this one with the black hair. This is her alt design there with the white one with the white hair.
The others are Lynn with the green hair, her and her daughters Essel and Rita with the blue and brown hair. But I'll touch on them later because it's a like a timeline stuff, and they're not till later in the timeline. Well, Lynn is, but her daughters aren't. Then Ozme is also incredibly protective of others. She puts like everyone before herself, especially as an adult in her like late 20s to 30s, when she obviously is a mom and is overprotective of her daughters because of their past, which that's also going to get touched on.
Mm-hmm.
So naturally, in her later years after like 22, when she adopts Rita, she's a very obviously motherly person because she is a mom. And I already said she's a... Yeah. Oh yeah, then just the side comment of she has a very big sweets addiction.
Yeah, I love how like she's not one note. There's a lot going on to Hazame. There's a lot going on all at once. Like there's right. It doesn't go with just the looks and everything. There's personality, there's story, there's like she's really well developed, really well rounded, and I like that.
Yeah. And there's a lot more smaller side things to her that really aren't on the script that I know she likes reading a lot. She's actually a good artist and stuff, and she writes as well. Because I reflect a lot of my interests onto her. Yeah. That's why she writes and is an artist, likes drawing and stuff.
That's
and
awesome.
The last thing I have listed for her personality is she's practically a genius. Like, she's really smart. Which causes some hilarious moments with head scientist Richards, because he thinks Hazme would be the perfect scientist, but she kind of hates him because he's some old boomer man, and he's kind of annoying and an asshole to like, everyone.
Wow.
He's a side character, but I want to give him more screen time because he's fun. Especially some of them have fun interaction with him. Like Soren has some really fun ones with him because Soren's like some sarcastic guy.
Right.
Nice. All right, time for her story, which is like a page and a half of my script.
Well, go ahead. You got 24 minutes.
All right. Starting out, she was born in a smaller town called Oshanturi, which is kind of like Japanese-ish inspired. It's also on the beach. And she was born there, obviously, with her twin sister, Hikari. And they lived there for, not really that long before when they were both still babies. There was an illusion attack on the town. And it kind of forced her family to get out of the town. But in that attack, they got separated from Hikari and could not find her, and the town was like being attacked, so they just had to get the hell out of there. And the reason of that attack is because Hazame and Hikari have illusion DNA in them, as they're 25% illusion. So they just had to get Hazame away from there to lose them. So they escaped to Helmarok, which is the capital, where they just lived, not knowing where Hikari was. Hazame did know she had a sister out there somewhere, since Allison and Rander are older than... They're older. They're like basically Hazame's unofficial older siblings, because Hazame's parents were friends with Allison and Rander's parents. So Allison and Rander are like the unofficial siblings for Hazame. So through them, she knows about Hikari exists, but no one knows where she is. And even though they can't find her, it's not like her father's given up. He still, without really on his own, he still tries to find her.
Oh,
So they live. So they just lived like that for 15 years. Allison and Rander also moved to Helmarock with them. I should probably also preface Hikari's stuff is newer, but one of her grandfather's friends became like a foster father for her, but he was being blackmailed by the illusions, so that's why he couldn't really just get Hikari to them.
Mm-hmm.
And then after all that, eventually it comes time where Hazame is 15. That's when she finally starts taking up the sword, and she first discovers her illusion powers by doing that in probably an accident where she accidentally cuts herself with a sword and activates them. And she, at the time, she didn't know they were related to illusions. She just was probably terrified that she had some weird powers.
Uh-huh.
But after that, it was kind of like she discovered how strong she was capable of being, and knew she could use that power to help. So through Allison and Rander's suggestion, she joined the Illusion Hunters, and that's where she met everyone she's friends with in Illusionary 1. And she especially hit it off with Lynn, who was only a year older than her. So they were close in age, so they were good friends right off the bat. And then as the two years went by, she became really good friends with Lynn, and she like basically a two-way crush kind of formed between the two, which
Oh.
they made it very obvious, and some people were shocked they weren't dating yet. And then 2 years go by, it's 17, and then the plot of Illusionary begins, where that's when it's discovered that the illusions are more than just the monsters. That's when the demonic illusions and the illusion generals are discovered.
Yeah.
So they're all like, what the hell? They're the hunters. And I hear
Oh god.
hang on.
Wait.
Yeah, there's echo coming through.
There's
Sarah. Pause the timer real quick. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Hang on.
I got thrown the hell off.
You
There's
good
echo.
over there, Sarah?
Wait, what? Me?
There was echo coming through your end.
Yeah, there was like a lot of shuffling and echo. Sorry, we just wanted to make sure you're all good over there.
I'm not moving. I'm not
Weird.
even moving.
I heard my voice through your end.
Are you sure?
Yes. Al heard it too.
I heard it too. That was.
Oh, I'll just mute then.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, you just unmute
Resume.
whenever you want to make a comment. All right. Ready?
Yep.
All right.
So, yeah, I was at the demonic illusions. The illusion generals were discovered. So all of them were really confused because they'd never been heard of at any point in history until just that moment.
Mm-hmm.
So they start tracking them, trying to track them down, getting caught up in other side stuff. Then in May of that year, what Eretz, who I mentioned earlier, finally reveals himself as, because of interactions from before in the desert where they fought one of the illusion generals, Oscar. It kind of Hazame's whereabouts got discovered again, and because Eretz has kind of history with the illusion hunters, because he used to be one, they didn't know he was an illusion general at the time. He kind of like played them all. So he was a hunter. He knew Hazame's father, Hiroka. So to really get under all of the skin, especially Hazame's, he tracks down her parents and kills them.
Oh god.
So and she'd gotten there at that moment. So Hazame watched her parents die and be killed by Eretz.
Character development.
Yeah. And her final wish to her parents was to find Hikari, to reunite with her, and to be the best mom she could be if she ever did become a mom. So, foreshadowing. And then a little later, after a job in Gravelton, which is like a volcanic area, it was discovered. That's when they another illusion general made it kind of known that they were after Hazame and Hikari. At that point, Lynn vowed to protect Hazame after that.
Mm-hmm.
And Hazame called that very stupid, lame, and cheesy. But she accepted that vow, and that's how Hazame and Lynn started dating.
Mm-hmm.
And then chapter 5, they have a vacation that takes them back to Oshanturi, which is where Hazame grew up. And going back there, Hazame reunites with her grandfather, Kazuhara Ketsuya. And that's when he officially makes Hazame his disciple. Because he kind of knows she's self-taught, so she doesn't really know proper sword techniques. So he officially makes her his disciple to teach her real techniques and he also plans to teach her meditation, as he knows she'll need it because her soul is so broken. She watched her parents die. She doesn't know where her sister is, and all kinds of other crap that I mentioned. So
Yeah, there's a lot going on in her life. That's a lot of baggage, but I
Yeah.
like that like characters with a lot of baggage that it always forms them in a very
It's her
unique way.
sparkle.
Yeah.
It's her sparkle.
But the meditation helps because it actually makes her mature at a really early age. Like most people act all more mature and stuff in like their 30s or something.
Mhm.
Like her early 20s, she's like acting like a full-fledged adult and is really mature.
Yeah.
And then in chapter 7, there's a showdown with another illusion general and a demonic illusion, and they're struggling against it. But thanks to a tip from Kazuhara's friend I mentioned earlier, who was Hikari's foster father that they mentioned helped in chapter 6, they finally reunite with Hikari, and she rescues them from the demonic illusion and that general.
Mm-hmm.
So then after their reunion, there's probably a bunch of filler stuff because I need to give all this character development, but after that, knowing Hazumi and Hikari are together again, Ertz, who knows that's a kind of dangerous combination with them both having illusion powers, he makes his return and he reveals his plan to turn Hazumi and Hikari into illusion generals. And there's fights break out, and then after that, he gets a devastating blow to Hazumi, and it nearly kills her. And because Lynn's parents are also dead, she watched them die, so there's kind of a darkness in her heart. Seeing her now girlfriend also dying, she just goes off on a rampage and brutally kills Ertz the same way he killed her parents.
Payback, payback
Yeah.
to the extreme, like that.
But due to
Still got his
then,
revenge.
due to something Ertz did to Lynn in the fight, and then the darkness in her heart fusing, an illusion version of Lynn is created. So there's basically an evil, more powerful Lynn that starts running around to kind of take the place of Ertz as the leader of the illusions. So yeah, they can't be stopped too easily.
Mm-hmm.
And she comes into the world and she begins some kind of illusion storm. She plans to plunge the whole world into night to make illusions like always around, and tries to turn the whole continent, everyone in the city, just in the continent, just into illusions to
Mm-hmm.
kind of like basically end the country.
Oh wow.
So after Hazme recovers, she kind of steps up and is the one who wants to set the entire world right again. And obviously, all the hunters rally with her, and it starts the end game.
Mm-hmm.
So all the hunters work together, and they just straight up kill all the generals because they kind of have to.
Yeah.
And with how the important relations are and powers, it's Hazame, Lin, and Hikari that become the ones to face down and kill Illusion Lin and save Helmarock and the world.
Wow.
And then that's the end of the first story. Then we get into an in between the two stories where at age 20, Hazme and Lin get married. Then the bigger one at age 22 is the biggest change to Hazume's life. She's after finishing up a job and returning home. Out in the rain, she sees a girl just starved, beaten, and trying to get out of the rain. And she kind of just automatically takes that girl in and nurses her back to health.
Mm-hmm.
And while doing that, she discovers that girl was abandoned by her parents and she's had nowhere to live for 3 years. So from 7 to 10, she was on the street. And so Hazme adopts her. And that is how Hazme adopted Rita and became Rita's mom.
Oh.
Then
that.
after that, a few more years go by. Hazme is now 27, and after everything with Illusion Lin 10 years ago, activity with the illusions kicks up again, and so there's not many, and it's been years later. A lot of the illusion hunters from the first story, they're like parents now, so a lot of them are busy.
Mm-hmm.
So Wilcom, who's more free because his only son is now 20, he hires more hunters, and they're all like newer recruits. They're all like teenagers and stuff at the young age.
Yeah.
So he needs someone to kind of like guide them and become their mentor. So Wilcom recruits Hazme to that role to be the leaders of the new era of illusion hunters. As now at this point in time, she's a well-known and legendary bounty hunter, now called the Queen of Blood after her illusion powers.
That's such a cool title, though. Like,
Yeah.
I just want to interject to say that's
It's sick as
insane.
fuck.
Yeah, it's sick as fuck, and it makes so much sense for what she does and
Yeah.
and how her power works. And I don't know what it is, but that's really cool.
Yeah, because I'll touch on her powers if I have time, because a lot of stuff involves blood. And Hazme then has her doubts because one of the people that signed up to be a hunter is Rita.
Mhm.
So Hazme had her doubts, but Rita convinced Hazme, so Hazme just kind of gave up worrying.
I see.
And during all of that, and the story of Illusionary 2, which I don't really have much note about because I'm writing the first one, all of them start to see her more of a mom than as a mentor. So some of them start calling her mom
Oh,
because
sweet.
they all start to see just how considerate she is of all of them. She's not just some normal person who's kind of like guiding them. She really does look out for them like she is their mom.
I see.
And during all of that is when she notices one of them gets a lot more attached to her than the others, which is a younger and more mischievous yet smart girl, and that is Estel, who's only 15. Hazme kind of realized Estel never really wants to go home. She's
Mhm.
always trying to stay with Hazme and Rita mostly, or whoever else she's with from the new wave of hunters.
Yeah.
So Hazme realizes something's kind of off. And then eventually she finds out and finds out that Estel's parents are neglecting and abusing her.
Oh.
So Hazme takes instant action. She's not like that. Someone like that's being just a 15-year-old girl like that's being abused. So
Right.
Hazme legally fucks over her Estel's parents, gets them arrested, and then Hazme adopts Estel.
That is just such a killer move right there. That's like based. I don't think you could get more based than that.
Dude.
Yeah.
Why is Connor's story making me so emotional?
And then
I mean,
this-
it's good when it's when stories like these are emotional. It's good. You make them properly. You know, connect. Like you can connect to these stories. I just like
Stop making me sad. Please don't do this to me.
Like, if you can make a story wildly emotional, you're making a good story.
Yeah.
Continue.
And now, after that bullet point and stuff is because the story's not really written as much. This is when it comes to the final battle against. I don't really know it, but the final battle is going to be some kind of practically a god. And Hazame in that final battle is shown just how well she did at raising the new hunters. As it's like a one-on-one, she's losing, and they all come to protect her. Like, they put their lives on the line, not just for the world, but specifically for Hazame and protect her.
Mm-hmm.
So then that's the end of Illusionary 2, and that's kind of like the story of Illusionary.
I see.
There might be a third story in the timeline, but that's on a different continent in the planet, and it's not really gonna follow her. It's gonna follow some guy named fuck the name. So Cien. It's gonna follow him, but for that part, that's like the whole Illusionary story. And now this is where I can touch on like her powers and what they are. As I mentioned, she's like partially an illusion, so she has kind of powers like what the illusion generals have. And they're 100% tied to her blood, as she cuts herself to activate them, but the wound does heal, so she's not just like bleeding out profusely at all times.
Mm-hmm.
So, and in that form, she's stronger and can expend her own blood to strengthen her attacks more. But obviously, she can't use that a bunch, as it literally drains her blood, and she could legit kill herself by doing that too much.
Yeah.
So there's the obvious she needs a flaw for how powerful she is.
I see. Yeah.
Then outside of that form, she can do draining attacks to drain her target's blood and take their blood and turn it into hers to recover hers. But it's not as effective as just drinking blood from someone, because she has fangs, so it's almost like a vampire, except she doesn't like turn them into illusions. She just like drinks their blood to recover hers. And as I mentioned, Hikari has those same powers as they came from their father Hiroka, who he's just a normal guy, but he still knew how to fight illusions. And one time he got caught up in an attack by them, and the illusion DNA got stuck in his body. So, and that somehow carried over to Hazme and Hikari. So that's why they're like 25% illusions. So that's kind of how our powers work. And then the last kind
Nice.
of points I have are about what her relationships are with others, and it's largely going to be Estel and Rita. But obviously, Lynn is her lover, as that's who she has a crush on. Then starts dating in the first one. Then in
Mhm.
between stories, gets married to her, and she met her through the Illusion Hunters.
And to reiterate, here in the images, I actually I'll make this one bigger. So yeah, the green-haired one, that's Lynn. Black-haired Hazame. Purple, that's Estel, and the brown one's
Yeah.
Rita.
Yeah. And then we have Nina, who is Lynn's sister, and Nina's always just kind of seen Hazame as family, with how close Hazame and Lynn have always been.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, Lynn and Nina's parents are dead, so they like having Hazame around all the time. And then I mentioned them earlier, but Allison and Rander, of course, were Hazame friends of their parents or friends of Hazame's parents. So those two have just known each other since Hazame was born. So
Wow.
they're just Hazame's older siblings. And then there's the rest of the hunters from the first one who are Soren, Vetrano, Wilcom, Rihanna, and Rija. They also just view her not only as just an ally, but they also do see her as an important friend. Azume's she just makes an impact on everyone. She's such a sweetheart.
I love that.
And then there's Rita, who obviously is Hazume's daughter. And Hazume's always been overprotective of Rita, but Rita's proven herself as a hunter, and she's happy that she can fight alongside Hazume instead of have Hazume protect her. So Rita's happy she can just be on the same pedestal as her mom.
Yeah.
And then with Estel, the same thing applies as, yeah, Hazume's her mom too, and Rita's sister, but Hazume didn't really raise her because she was already like 15 when Hazume adopted her, but Rita is like endlessly happy to know what that being Hazume's daughter, she knows what a real family feels like, and is happy to call Hazume her mom.
Of course.
And that is all my script.
Cool.
Questions time, I guess.
Yeah, questions, concerns. We got 5 minutes.
Yeah. Why do you make me so sad with your stories?
It's called I Play Trails a lot and know what good stories look like.
No, you're not allowed to make me upset. That's not how this relationship is supposed to go.
I do like how your characters are reflected in your interests and everything. Like how it's all inspired by trails in the sky, Cold Steel, all
But I
those
feel like
games.
everyone's OCs like to reflect their interests a little bit.
Yeah, like
right,
Hazume.
yeah. I've
Yeah.
a lot of. Oh, hi John. Yeah, we have a lot
I've
of.
been here for a while. You didn't
Yeah.
notice.
Yeah,
I noticed.
I have Discord on stream mode. It doesn't play the join sound, so I have no idea. Like I had my thing scrolled up in the list too. So.
Here, let me fix that for you real quick.
All right. I also have something to say about the interests reflecting that.
There you go.
There you go.
There's your join noise.
So
Yeah,
about the like the interest reflecting thing,
Yeah.
you can there's like different versions of Hazume, and each of them she all uses the same type of sword, which is like Itachi. So it's kind of obvious that Hazume reflects who once held the title my favorite character of all time before another one took the spot, Reen Schwarzer from Trails of Cold Steel. He's always kind of reflected him in some way. Whether usually in Illusionary, it's with Illusionary Lynn Hazume, it's kind of like her fighting style just reflects his, but
Yeah.
yeah, and it's always been there.
But again, everyone's OCs reflect their interests, or their hyperfixations, or their special interest, or like whatever the fuck mental illness you have.
Yeah, like I have Reverend Rubenire. I actually
Yeah,
the whole
mine's
story
mental
was inspired by like reading novels in high school and everything. Like, I think Treasure Island, The Count of Monte Cristo, like those types of stories. Like they helped me kind of gather ideas. I actually Tuck Everlasting, is it like Reverend Rubenar is basically like my own version of the Tuck Everlasting story. So I like seeing how like previous things that you like and love in
Yeah.
life just they reflect, and I like characters like that they tell not only about themselves but they tell about their creator as well. Characters
Yeah.
like it's like a signature, right? There's just a connection, like, you know, I look at Hazumi and these characters and I'm like, yeah, that was made by Connor.
Yeah, literally, I was just gonna say
Yeah.
that.
And I was gonna say,
Yeah,
same
I
for me
see
with
that
like
too.
Strauss. Like, since I've been very open about him being inspired by Lupin the Third.
Yeah, dude,
exactly.
like you can
My
tell.
characters vary, sadly.
Yeah, well, mine just come from whatever fucking depressed thing I saw while getting blasted on pre-rolls. So like, you have to realize that my stuff is based like, we'll get to me next, but a lot of it is based on drugs. So just
Yeah, but I
a
mean,
warning
like-
there.
But I mean, like, you can like spot when a character is made by someone like Connor, because I mean, like, every show, every media has, like, OCs basically, like, cartoons are literally just people's OCs. You can like
Yeah,
like
they are.
you can like,
really,
differentiate them.
seriously.
It's like, hey, wait, that's that person's character technically.
Yeah, exactly. I think I saw this like tweet somewhere made by Ian Jones Quartzy, I think. Is that he was the
Yeah,
creator
Ian
of-
Jones.
yeah, he is the
Ian JQ.
yeah, he is the creator of OKKO, and he responded to this tweet of someone like saying me wanted to talk about my OCs, but knowing that I want to put him in the show in the future or whatever. Like, he says, talk about him anyway. Like, put your stories out there, put your ideas out there, talk about your OCs. This is the reason I'm doing this. Like it, have people know what you can do and can create and everything, and like,
Yeah, and the thing is,
let
when
those
you have
connections happen.
when they have like a certain, like, fucking design to them, like a certain, like, a certain set of like characteristics, you'll know who that person is, who that who like made that character.
Exactly.
Yeah. Also,
Yeah.
some minute left, and I
And
want to
that's
say one
awesome.
quick thing about Hazame.
Yeah.
One last thing about what you said at the start of how this is kind of like to prove that it's not just she's all horny boobs, which, well, that is true, and and I want to state that while the horniness for her is true, that's all more as when she was younger. After becoming a mom, she really isn't as much as I say she is. Canonically she's not, because she's a mom. She doesn't have the time or place to do that.
Uh-huh.
and
Who
she
says
knows
MILF
it.
can't be hot, guys?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that is true. Hazume's a MILF, and she is hot,
Exactly.
but
Yeah. And
she knows she doesn't have time to be horny at all the time
Right.
with Lynn.
Yeah, exactly.
20
I
seconds,
like
people.
that there's more. Like, I share that same character connection with my OC Sunflower, right? Like, I made her a nudist because I used her for anatomy practice, right? Became this whole thing, but there's a lot more to her than just her liking to be naked. Like, there's I like characters like that. They're like, maybe it looks like they have one side, but there's a whole bunch of layers right under that skin, right? And there's I just love that. I love seeing that, right? You break the stereotypes. You break the outer walls. You don't judge the book by the cover. You actually, you see the cover, but you read the book, and there's a whole thing underneath. And I like that about Hazume, right? Huge, massive freaking titties, but she's like this gentle, sweet mother, and she cares for the world of her daughters, and I like that. I love that. Like, it's just, the character design is one thing, but the story's another, and they just mesh well. Like, pretty cool. It's pretty cool seeing that.
It's just like Risha.
Hey,
yeah.
yeah, just like Risha. Yeah,
You're over your time.
I know. Yeah. We agree. What?
I also totally do want a sequel stream, because I'd love to talk about Anami, because Anami'd probably take a lot. I'd probably need more time for Anami.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, we'll
Always-
have time to go over over things.
She's been around a lot. She's been around a lot more, because Anami's basically, I have this idea, and there's a lot of characters in Radiance Resistance. Who do I give this idea to? Anami. What about this one? Give it to Anami. And Anami just was the most tortured soul ever.
Yeah,
But she has a conclusion to all of that.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. We'll do another stream just like this someday, and yeah, you can add more. Like I'll probably have more to talk about as well. And yeah, anyone else who wants to add more to, cause I know Glitchtrix, she has a lot of development in her characters and everything, right? I know Derek here, he has a huge expanded universe. We're actually gonna have him up next.
Also, did anyone actually have
yeah.
any questions? Because you basically had one prompt and we went away with it the whole thing. I don't think anyone ever did ask me questions if they
That's
had
true. Yeah, if anyone has any questions.
I don't.
I suppose everything's been explained.
it.
What
Yeah.
the fuck is the question?
What the fuck is a kilometer?
That's
That's my main
okay.
question.
I mean, they
What
could
do you
always-
mean it isn't cheeseburgers per washing machine?
Yeah. What do you mean? What do you mean it isn't children per Waco?
Also,
I-
John,
even-
are you just here, or are you gonna go over Strauss?
I can go over Strauss. I can wing it.
All right.
I'm good at
Yeah.
improv.
Oh,
I'm gonna wing
Half my
shit,
fucking story is improv. Let's be honest here.
Yeah. I mean,
Half of Strauss is improv.
yeah. I mean, look at Rolando's Magic Barbecue Melt.
Or
Exactly.
the rubber duck incident.
The rubber duck
Yeah.
incident.
All right, I'm back. Sorry, I stepped away
God,
to go get dinner, but
Oh,
yeah.
God,
Okay.
the fucking rubber ducks.
Do you you missed us asking if you had like any questions about Hazme or whatever?
Oh. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I don't have any questions.
That's okay.
All right.
I don't really have
Yeah.
anything either. Like I think I listened to the whole thing. Everything's been like
The characters are like it's pretty fleshed out. Like
Yeah.
there aren't really
Mhm.
many questions to ask because of how fleshed out it is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
exactly.
your
Like,
characters
everything's
are so
already been
good.
explained.
Yeah.
Dude, yeah. You make my characters look like they're tiny in comparison to your
Mm.
work, dude. Your work pale. My work pales in comparison to yours, and I've
Isn't why-
been working on this for years.
This is why I want a sequel stream for Anami, because
Yeah.
I've already said Anami stuff around.
Also, don't be intimidated by any sort of inequality. Like for everyone else who's gonna go talk about your characters and ideas, everything you have, just do it anyway. Like if you think anyone overshadows you or undershadows you or whatever, don't worry about it. Everyone. I like that everyone has their own thing going on. Like that's what makes this whole thing special. Like everyone. Is
Yeah,
unique.
I'm still in the middle of retconning a lot of
Right.
my story.
Exactly. Like even I've been retconning some of my stuff too. Like we all have different unique hierarchy of where we're at with their creations, and that's totally okay, right? If like you're really underdeveloped, that's fine. I'll let Derek. Do you have any reference or image? Oh,
Well,
I was
you
gonna
have
say,
the
do you think
images.
afterwards I could. Sorry, I just wanted to say, do you think after he goes, do you think I could go? Because I do have a place to be afterwards.
yes, yeah, you can. You can go after Derek. All right.
So, I sent you the poster.
all right. Yeah,
I don't know
put
if
the
you want to
poster
use
up.
that poster, and then also the picture of Cryptic that you've done. That's basically all I have.
Right, do you-
I mean, I have some things that have been commissioned, but I don't have them on me yet. Right,
Okay.
they're all ready to go.
Do you with the image from Summer of Fun suffice?
That's the one I was talking about.
Okay, yeah, I'll see if I'll pull that up real quick if I can find it.
Also, I'll be right back because we've been just going so long. I haven't been able to leave my room since the time my mom got home, like 20 or something minutes ago. So I'm gonna go
Yeah,
say hi to my
also-
mom.
yeah, I'm gonna see if I
I'm
can
gonna go
find this
bathroom
here.
break. I'll be
Alright.
back.
Okay, yeah, I'll set up Derek's stuff in the meantime. Do you know like if there's anywhere else like on a Discord or something that maybe have an image or anything else? Like you don't have to have like a bunch. Like I'm just wondering like if there's.
I have the image that Glitchtrix did for me a while ago, but the
Oh.
character has changed since then.
Okay, all right. I'll
So
just
that's the thing. Because the character's changed so much, and I'm not an artist, I don't have a lot of drawings of them. I have a shitload of writing, but I don't have a lot of drawing because I don't. Is for those of you who don't know, I'm not a picture artist. My art is in writing.
You're not a writer, you said.
I know I'm not a writer, but I do have a good amount of writing, including a couple of things that I've published, but that I've already published, and I actually won. I actually just got word that I think I might be winning. So my intro to script writing class does like an award thing every year, and we have one for best original and one for best adapted. I think I'm winning best adapted.
Nice.
So for my work of on Wings of War. So I'm not going to talk about Wings of War because it is an adaptation and it's not my original work. So I will be talking about Hoppers and that character there who is Cryptic, who is one of the Hoppers, and I hate the fact that you put him in fucking Crocs. And I hate the fact that you put one of the Crocs in sports mode and the other one isn't. I just like that.
I like that you noticed that detail.
But-
Yeah, I'll start the timer whenever you're ready. Oh wait, no, we actually gotta wait till Connor comes back. Hang on, and John too.
Right.
Sorry, but the
The power of the uneven Crocs.
power of the uneven Crocs is insane. I can see if there's.
That shit has an aura.
He does. I could see if there's any other art that maybe I've made or whatever, and I can. I'll look. I'll just kind of skim through things while.
You want a
I-
picture? You want a picture of like me with the blonde hair?
Sure.
Like
that
any of the
would-
art, any of the blonde hair art you've done of me, or any art that I don't know, because like that's the thing. The characters are so ingrained into me and how I work, and they're almost as if they're different personalities of me.
Right.
And so I'm going to be super happy that if we ever get to do a sequel to this, because I will be able to talk about Voodoo Lazarus, which I won't be able
Oh,
to talk
right.
about today because
Of
I've spent
course.
so much. I'm gonna have to spend so much time talking about
What
what
about this one? Is this one the one?
how Walking Down a Dream is being set up. Oh, you sent it to me in DMs, I think. You ain't sent me shit yet.
Oh, I was showing it on my Discord stream. Here, I'll send it to you.
Oh, you were on your stream. I'm blind. Give
This
me a
one?
second.
I just did a Discord search for it.
That one will work.
That one will work. Okay, I'll add
That
this
one will work.
All right.
Yes, it is a pick crew, but it will work.
All right. I'll replace. Yeah, pit crews are fine. I accept pit crews. If you don't have like normal art or something, pit crews are completely fine. They describe enough.
And we're not going to talk about the background of that poster. It was an old ass picture I had on my Adobe stock that I fist fucked with some photo filters. And then I went back onto Adobe, and it turns out it was AI. But I was already so far back in, and I had already fucked it up so much that I don't think it really matters.
Yeah.
I really don't think I care.
It doesn't matter at this point now.
You know, well, because I mean, well, is it the fact that it's an AI generated picture and it's supposed to be like an AI generated picture of what you see in an LSD trip, which I don't think you can like take a photograph of. So I was like, well, I might as well take a picture like this and just absolutely fuck it to hell. And here he goes. And that's how I do most of my poster art. That or I'll take like just other pictures and do stuff like that. I could go into massive amounts of detail on Dragonfire Pro and Zed Palmer and all those characters and all the other stuff I've written and all the adaptations I've done and the fan fiction I've done and all this other I could go on for 30 fucking days on my shit, but we're gonna do 30 minutes. I have a 30-minute set piece. Connor is back.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Also, I want to
so-
say something funny about Hazume's story. Everything I went over, not even done.
Yeah. This is why I'll do a second part to this stream.
There's still
Even
still
a
all
third
of
if we
Yeah,
need
there's
it.
still Illusionary 2 in its entirety, and although the first story isn't done, I think I kind of have all of Hazume's stuff written out because I need everyone else to get their own character development.
Right? Yeah. That's
It's only Hazume.
Yeah, and it goes to what I was saying earlier. Like all you people like have more and more like that needs to be developed, still being worked on, more stories, more characters. Like I will do more parts so everyone has a chance to talk more about what they have. Is John back yet, or is he just?
No. Because I was largely saying that because I almost just called John Strauss. Because I was saying that because John said he's still retconning Strauss and that and stuff. But yeah, Hazume's not even done. Anami's. I know. This isn't about Anami, but I haven't written everything. But I think Anami's story is complete. I literally can't think of anything else I could add in.
Nice. Oh wow. Yeah, it's cool seeing like the progress and everything. How things have just moved forward and everything. What's taking John so long? What did he say he was doing?
I will
Piss.
say,
Oh.
I will say, by the way, after this, I will be on my own stream, so
Okay.
jump over and say hi if you want. But I'm mostly just gonna be talking about some shit. I don't know what I'm gonna be doing. Probably
Alright.
just playing bullshit video games and doing whatever. But
Yeah, I'll hop on once we're done with everyone's
yeah,
segment.
everybody can say hi. If you guys want to say hi, you can, or raid me, or have me banned. I don't give a shit at this point. I really don't give a fuck.
There we go.
Right.
Ban Derek off
Wait,
of
it's
Twitch.
gonna be a
for
whole
fi-
lot of it's gonna be a whole lot of Dragonfire
Gotta go.
stuff. So
Better go commit war crimes on your fucking YouTube stream.
Perfect.
I'm gonna go say some choice words
Some choice words.
against some racial minorities.
Yeah, that'll get ban speed run.
Yeah, I'm gonna send something to Al. I'm gonna send something into your DMs because it's actually too racy for even like the no mic.
Uh-oh.
So don't show anybody what I'm gonna send you.
I won't, don't worry. My Discord's on the other monitor. John, pee faster. Did John put his pee in like slow-mo?
Bro
Al,
entered
you
bullet
given-
time and doesn't know how to leave.
Remember-
Oh, I got his DM.
Remember that one time John was actually gone for a while, and then he actually came to Discord and said he was out of toilet paper?
Yeah, that was...
I had
do
to,
I
I
want
had
to
to
just
walk.
start with Adam for now?
I had to walk to Walmart, pants down, ass out like Mike Tyson after that fight with Jake Paul. Have y'all ever seen? Did y'all watch that fight?
No.
Because I did.
the Tyson versus Paul?
Yeah, the Paul Tyson fight on Netflix. Because I watched it.
I only watched a little bit of it, like up till realizing that Tyson just did not have it in him anymore. I'm like, okay, well, this is not fun anymore. I just stopped watching. I only
the
watched
whole
like 5
fucking
minutes.
I watched the whole fucking pay-per-view. I don't know.
Of
I like
course,
boxing.
mean,
Well, I'm mostly a UFC guy. As people probably know, I'm a UFC guy. But now we will be talking UFC and MMA and my shit as well. We're talking Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, whatever the fuck we want to talk about.
Mhm.
I'm a man of many talents. I will say this. Like, just for some clarification, because I think some people need to be like, some people are like, oh hey, who am I? Because I barely ever show up on shit anymore because I'm busy.
Mhm.
Well, I'm busy either doing work or bombing my brain cells out with some herb. But I will say this. Just to introduce, because I don't know if we have some new guys in the chat or whatever. Maybe some new people will be watching.
I think we might like Adot here is he is fairly new. Like, I mean, he said he's watched some stuff previous, but you know, I mean, you can always explain, like, introduce yourself again if you want. I mean, we're always getting an influx of new viewers and everything, so.
Yeah. So for those of you who are not in the loop of my craziness, hi, I'm Derek Watterson. Alan, MT and I met freshman year of high school. We graduated high school together. It was actually Kerbert, him and I who started this whole damn thing, alongside he who shall not be named. Son of a bitch blocked me on Discord and fuck it. But we're not going to talk about that. I am basically a man of many talents. I'll just say that I've been a I've for Looney Sub. I have acted, written, composed, directed things. Done editing, audio engineering for us. I've done well, because I was classically trained musician for 9.5 years, but I've been playing instruments for probably 20 years now. But I am a published, possibly award-winning writer, and author, poet. I've done basically everything there is in the arts. But what I will say is a lot of my characters are very deep. Some of them are. I expect some trigger warnings because, yeah.
That's okay.
Because a lot of my stuff comes from darker periods of my life where I was on a lot of substances I wouldn't recommend doing in the excesses that I did them in.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
And that's all right. Like this is an open space. I mean, Hazme
Yeah,
was
yeah.
talking about how his characters watched. Hazme watched their parents die.
yeah, well,
Like
so
we
so I can
we're
say
fine with dark
Laxton has
stuff
an
here.
Laxton has an OC that was blinded as a fucking baby.
so I can talk about I can talk about the fact that the character of Cryptic came from a ghost I saw while I was tripping balls on LSD and Xanax. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, like people, people learn a lot and connect to drug use stories apparently. So I mean,
Yeah, and alcoholism
It's
and
I
the
mean,
fact
like
that
I
I've
can't, but
done
there are
everything,
people out there
yeah.
who do.
Yeah. Sidebar, I am clean now. I'm clean and sober now. So things have done better. Um well, should we just start because John's taking absolutely a fucking
Yeah,
eternity to
yeah,
take
we should.
take a
Yeah,
shit.
I don't know where he is or what he's doing, but yeah, let's just get started. 30 minutes. 3, 2,
All right.
1. You good?
I'm good.
Boom. Let's go.
Are
for
we
it.
on?
All right.
Are we
yeah,
on?
We're on. 30 minutes. It's
Okay. So, hi. My name is Derek Watterson. Once again, I'm an author. Most of my stuff is done through authorship. Same with Hazme, but Hazme can also do art, and I can't. So, well, I can draw a little bit, but I'm not that good at drawing. But the character I'm going to be talking about the most of are the characters called the Hoppers, which are kind of my version of Radiance Resistance. It was inspired by Radiance Resistance. Well, it was also inspired. And this is a bit of a dark story, so trigger warnings for anybody who is sensitive to talking about drug use. The characters sort of came from the Cryptic character came from a really bad trip I had on a combination of several illicit substances, one of which was a psychedelic drug called acid, or LSD, and I started to. I saw like while I was tripping out, I saw this figure show up in a mask and with black holes as eyes. And that's where I got the Cryptic idea. It was the one thing I remembered from my trip after I woke up in an attic in some house I didn't even remember being in. That was also the moment I chose to get clean. So, when one door closes, another one opens, and I created the Cryptic character. The name Cryptic just came from the fact that I wanted something that was different. I was looking for a new presence online. As always, I don't show my name on stream. And by the way, and I will leave you all to discuss whether Derek is my real name or not. Because I'm certainly not going to tell you. But I was looking for another way to present myself on the internet that was going to be a little bit that would be sort of my own thing, and at the time I had a few different ideas. So the main idea I had was Cryptic, was that vision I saw, and having a character that could be anything I needed him to be. at the time. I could be a nut job, I could be, me, or I could be somebody else. I could be that character who can hide in the background, or I could be the character who's there, ready to go. Then that's where the lore kind of started. I was like, well, I want a backstory for this character, for this VTuber character I was going with before I decided to take off the mask and show my face again. I was like, well, I need something to do for this character, and I decided to go with the face I saw when I was as I was dying, but decided to make it a little bit nicer, and I took inspiration, and I feel like this is super fucking obvious, but nobody is, you're probably like, holy shit, I never thought of that. The umbrella comes from Mary Poppins.
He's Mary Poppins, y'all.
Yeah, that's where it came from. I had watched Guardians of the Galaxy 2, and that I'm Mary Poppins, y'all line inspired me. I was like, holy shit, he could be this character who helps children through nightmares and stuff. And I was like, well, give him the umbrella. And so that's where the umbrella came from. That's where the smiley face came from. That's where that's where the eyeglass, that's where the shades came from, so that they wouldn't see the black holes in his eyes. It started, I think the original character I saw was blindfolded. I decided to change that up for shades so it would be less scary. Even though I like psychological horror, as you might be able to tell with the poster. I'm very much inspired by, I'm just gonna list off a bunch of shit here that, here's hoping you understand it. I am inspired a lot by the works of Ray Bradbury, Kurt Vonnegut, Cormac McCarthy, Mamoru Oshii, who did Ghost in the Shell. I'm inspired by the Wachowskis, who did The Matrix, who also did The Matrix, V for Vendetta, Speed Racer. They've done some amazing films. I'm also quite inspired by Neon Genesis Evangelion, the works of Hideaki Anno. I've also mentioned Mamoru Oshii, who I think more people need to learn about. His works, Ghost in the Shell, Innocence, Ghost in the Shell 2, Innocence, which was also done in part by Studio Ghibli. Hayao Miyazaki helped work on that one, and that one was actually shown. I think it's the only animated film ever to be selected for competition for the Palme d'Or at the Cannes Film Festival, which is widely considered like the #1 best film festival in the world. But I based a lot of my stuff on very psychological concepts, the concepts of time travel, of multiverses, of butterfly effects, of dreams being of the philosophy of what happens when you dream, but taking that into almost a Camus. And I will mention I'm also quite heavily inspired by Albert Camus and absurdism. Books like The Stranger, The Fall, his Myth of Sisyphus, which very famously ends with "One must imagine Sisyphus happy." That's something I'm very much inspired by. You can see a lot of absurdist humor and a lot of absurdism in my work, a lot of surrealism in my work. Psychological horror, things like that, you see a lot in my works. And you also will see a lot of realism. Because I've done so much in my life, I have sort of the expertise required to be very realistic in my work. Specifically when it comes to things like fighting. Anytime you read a fight scene that I have written, you can best believe that that fight scene was done with the help of my Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu coaches, my boxing coaches, help of people who have actually helped me train in MMA and mixed martial arts, and in cage fighting and in Jiu-Jitsu, which I should mention I am an IBJJF gold medalist. Yeah, Al was there to see that.
Yeah, I remember that.
Don't tell them anything. Just let them stay. Let them hear I am a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu gold medalist, and leave it at that.
Yeah, don't worry. I won't spill any other beans.
No. I beat two of the Gracies to win it. I didn't, but we'll get there. But like a lot of my stuff has been heavily researched. I think this guy has all the side quests. No, that's Snoop Dogg, dude. That's Snoop Dogg. I have completed a lot of side quests in my life, but no, that's Snoop Dogg, man. But I will say, a lot of the stuff I've written, I have to give thanks to all of my co-writers. Anybody who's ever helped me write something, I have to give them props. I've written stuff with Hazame. Shit, damn near doxed you. I've written stuff with Hazame. I've written stuff with Keeper. I've written stuff with MT. I've written stuff with, but I also have written stuff with a couple of other people who I'm going to mention right now because I think they need to be mentioned. Aspie, Feather Sketch. I have to mention Landkiller. Or Rinkus, I believe is what they go by now. I've worked with several other people, but Aspie and Feather are my two main ones, as well as a person by the name I'm going to give them right now, Mingus, Rapboy Mingus on Tumblr. I'm working with them as well, or her as well right now. But my main co-writers are Aspie, MT, Hazame. But just there's too many people in the name. I will also mention person who goes by they go by Kurt now, but I don't know what other names they go by. You might know them. You guys would probably know them as Muriel. Yeah, probably Muriel's who you'll know them as. But I do a lot of writing. A lot of my stuff isn't even original, so I'm just talking like this, but a good amount of my stuff, like I've mentioned, Reprogrammed is on the bottom of that thing. That is a fan fiction for a PBS Kids show. If you want to go read it. It's been canceled, but go read it if you want. It's on AO3. And Wings of War is a screenplay I've written for a Star Fox film, and I'm working on that right now. I'm about 21 pages in, so that's about 20-25 minutes of a film. I'm looking for about 350 pages. Split into probably 3 films. So it's probably about 3 films, probably 2 hours per film. But if it was done the way I would want it to, it'd be 2 films, 3 hours each. But you know, well, I know it sounds like I'm talking out of my ass, and it's kind of because I am. But I'm gonna go into some lore of the Hoppers real quick.
Yeah.
So Cryptic is a Hopper. Which basically means he is a time traveler. He's a time traveler who fights. He's basically Doctor Strange. If Doctor Strange was America Chavez, and if America Chavez had control, it was Doctor Who. Kind of think of it like that. The thing is that most Hoppers work in pairs. Cryptic is super different because he works alone, and that comes from a very tragic backstory involving some people that I am currently, I don't know if I should, because the original idea was that it was going to be Scorpion's character Ender who would do it, who betrayed him. But I don't know if I'm going to keep that. I might change that up a little bit here.
I would really rather that I not be included.
Yeah, so I'm going to change that for Walking Down a Dream. So it's a person around him who betrayed him and kicked him into the abyss, which is a place outside of reality. And a side note, I have to bring this up because I don't think enough people recognize the sheer fridge horror of things being outside of reality. If you're outside of reality, there is no time. Time does not exist. Space does not exist. Gravity does not exist. Physics do not exist. The laws of thermodynamics do not exist. It is as if you have never existed and never will exist and do not currently exist. It is absolutely horrifying to think about the abyss. A place actually outside of the fabric of space and time.
It seems
literal limbo.
That's definitely several times more terrifying than the back rooms, and I appreciate that.
yeah. People are like, well, clip into the back rooms. No, clip into the fucking abyss, where the non-existence of you causes you to go insane, and then you die. Or if you're cryptic, you tear out your own eyeballs. And replace them with the abyss, and the abyss fills your void, and that's what happens.
Yeah.
That's terrifying stuff. But there's a bunch of other characters: Deco, Shortime, Headmaster Caecilianus, several other characters that I've been writing with the help of Aspie. We've been working on this story a bit together, but I'm also going to be working on it with several other people to give ideas. Including any of you guys who are watching. If you want to jump in, give me a call. Well, actually, don't call me. I won't answer. But you can figure out a way to talk to me. Talk to me through fucking carrier pigeon. I don't know. But yeah, that's kind of the whole concept of Cryptic, though, is that he's basically the persona non grata for the Academy, for the Society of Hoppers. However, he's so powerful because he's so powerful. And also the reason why he's called Cryptic in this story is because all of the information on him was destroyed when he was betrayed. The guy who betrayed him is basically Voldemort, so think of it that way. Some guy with a whole lot of power, whole lot of whatever, and he comes in and goes, yeah, no, this dude sucks. Fuck him, and we're gonna burn all of his stuff. And so when he came back, they're like, well, we don't know who you are. And he's like, yeah, I don't know who I am either. And that sort of became the whole story. That's why his name is Cryptic. In that story. In reality, I named him Cryptic because I thought the word sounded cool. That's it. If you guys, seriously, it's not like, to quote, I can't remember who said this first, but sometimes a couch is just a couch. And sometimes the couch is there just because the author wanted it to be there.
I feel that a lot. Like there are some things in my own writing that's just like, you know what, it's just happening because it's happening. You know what?
Fuck it. Yeah, and I've a lot of like, and of course I know a lot about this because I am an English major. I go to college for writing. I go to college for literature. So because of that, I've seen a whole lot of people do a whole lot of deep diving into a whole lot of shit that doesn't need to be deep dived into. And so what I'm gonna say is sometimes the couch is blue because we just fucking wanted the couch to be blue. It doesn't mean that I'm depressed. It doesn't mean that I want to die or anything. I just fucking like the color blue, and that's it. But like. Yeah, and if you're wondering why his outfit's blue, it's because he had blue hair. And why was his hair blue? Because I liked the color blue that his hair was when I picked it out. And that's it. Why does he have the smiley face on? Because I wanted to give him a fucking smiley face. And that's all it is. That's the character. Now of course the character does usually wear a suit. Black suit, white shirt, orange tie. That comes from the uniforms worn by the hoppers. They're usually they wear these like they kind of look like red coat uniforms with sashes, and the sashes are colored to distinguish what type of hopper you are. Where there's orange for certain dimension, there's orange for like specialty people, there's purple for people, there's purple for dream dimensions, there's green for people who whatever, there's the yellow sash worn by Deko and Lin, because they are the protectors of the Basilica, which contains Cryptic's soul. We're not going to go into that right now. His soul was removed by He Who Must Not Be Named, placed into turned into sand. That sand was sealed into a jar, which was placed into a chest in the middle of basically St. Peter's Basilica. But that place was placed outside of time so that he couldn't get to it. Well, all he wants now is he just wants to get his fucking soul back so he can feel things. And there you go. But yeah, but his that's actually where it came from, by the way. I like the Pirates of the Caribbean movies. I like the Davy Jones story where he tore out his heart and put it in a chest. I like that. So I was like, well, let's do it with his soul. And instead of him doing it, somebody else does it. He has it happen to him unwillingly. Hey, that changes it up enough. Let's fucking do that. That's how it goes. Hey, that's lunch and cocaine for everybody. That's how it goes, right? But especially in Hollywood, that's how it goes. Well, anyway, yeah. So, but the Hoppers Guild, Cryptic's whole story as of right now is that he gets dropped. And he crawls out of the abyss somehow, and he winds up on Earth. Well, he winds up on an Earth. I have the code here somewhere. It's not that folder. It's not that one. It's a fucking gigantic piece of paper. Yeah, when I say it's gigantic, I mean it's fucking gigantic. It's like a 7-section binder.
Wow. You sound
Not here.
You sound more organized than I am.
I think it's like Chi Kappa 2377 or something like that is the code. You know how like in like the Looney Submarine movies, we're in Earth 717.
Yeah.
It's that.
I see.
It's Earth Chi Kappa 2. It's Earth Chi Kappa 2377.
Okay.
And the Chi Kappa are Greek characters.
Nice.
And he shows up, and this is basically the Earth of the story. And he shows up, and he's all he's got is an umbrella. Nothing else. Nothing else. He's ass naked in the middle of the street, and because lol.
Reminds me of Terminator.
Yeah, that was where I got it from. Yes, it's based on Terminator.
Yeah, going back to how we're talking about how things in our lives inspire us. Like I love it. Like we take these little ideas and we just stick them in our stories, and it works. Like I like seeing that.
So heavily inspired by movies, especially movies that are rather obscure or really deep and psychological.
Of course.
Terminator, a lot of James Cameron stuff, although I fucking hate Titanic. Terminator, Avatar, Avatar: Way of Water, based a lot on a lot of animated series. Though I have not seen any of the cool animated series that everybody else fucking raves about.
Mm-hmm.
Which I will just list out the shows I have never watched right now. OK KO, Let's Be Heroes, Infinity Train, Steven Universe, Adventure Time, Gravity Falls, Never watched Over the Garden Wall. Never watched what is it? I watched a good amount of Regular Show, but never finished it.
Regular Show is goated. Like, doesn't matter who you are. Regular Show is goated.
Yeah, but like all these people are like, well, you have to watch this show. Never watched it. Never watched Demon
Yeah.
Slayer. Never watched My Hero Academia. Never watched any of the other shows. Like,
Yeah, don't worry. I am not offended by any of this. People.
no, I can tell you. I
watch
can
you
tell you're
watch.
offended by me having not watched Infinity Train, and yet all I want to do is write a continuation to Infinity Train.
That is true. Yeah, you know what? That's the only one that grinds my gears.
Is that I really want to write an Infinity Train sequel because goddamn it, Max won't let him do it, and fuck you, I'm gonna do it. But I do have to watch Infinity
Yeah, you have
Train
to watch
first.
the show
I just need to
first.
be mentally prepared to watch it first.
You do gotta
Um,
get in a good mental space for that show, cause god damn.
So again, Ass Naked Cryptic shows up. He's got an umbrella. He gets found by this. He gets found. Well, he ends up in this world because he was brought into it by somebody dreaming of him. Dream travel is a thing. Let's not get into it. It'll take too long for me to explain the theoretical string theory astrophysics that I had to research to do that shit. We're not gonna do it. Took me. I still barely have my head wrapped around it, and I've read Stephen Hawking's books. Yeah. So again, realism. It's a thing that I do. Don't though. I do it. You don't though. But like, yeah. So he wakes up. He's in this person's bedroom, ass naked with an umbrella, and she's half asleep. You can imagine how it ends up. You can imagine. Never watched Tomorrowland. Never watched that either.
Tomorrowland is like, I like that movie, but even I know it's mid.
Yeah, but even then, I'm sitting here like I'm the person who's never watched the original Ghostbusters, never watched, never gotten all the way through any of the National Lampoon movies.
Oh yeah.
Never. I look when everybody else was watching. Whenever, if you want to pause the timer here real quick, because I'm gonna go into a fucking tirade.
I actually want to mention that, like, I'm with you in the fact that I grew up with Captain Underpants over Diary of a Wimpy Kid. So, like, I mean,
I didn't grow up with either of them. I didn't watch either. I didn't read either of them. I was busy reading manuals for technical manuals for like X-ray equipment and shit when I was a kid. Like, where everybody else was watching Gravity Falls, I was watching Mythbusters. Like, I was that type. I was that
Mythbusters
kid
is
who
awesome.
watched
like honestly, you forged your own childhood. I respect that.
You do real side note, because I have to tell this story.
Yeah. Just know, 4 minutes left on the clock. William, pause it, and I know Scorpion has to leave soon, so keep it as tight as you can if you're able to.
I'm gonna keep it as tight as I can. Well, a quick aside here. The Adam and Jamie came to EJ Thomas when I was in like 6th grade, and we had a band concert that day. My brother pulled me out of school, faked that I had thrown up because he had gotten me tickets, because we were told that going to that show wouldn't have been an acceptable excuse to miss the concert. My brother said, "Nah, fuck that," and pulled me out to go see it. It was actually and I still have the pictures that they signed. Really cool. For me to go into the list of all the people I've met whose shows I've never fucking watched, insane. I've met the guys from Let's go. I've met Sir Patrick Stewart, I've met Sir Patrick Stewart, John Delancey, William Shatner, CM Punk, Kevin Nash. I've met the guys from Supernatural.
Oh
met
my
the
god,
guys
you
from
have
Smallville. Yeah, I met the guy who played Dean.
Jensen Ackles. Nice.
Yeah, I met Jensen Ackles at Comic Con one year.
That's cool.
Didn't know the fuck he was, but we bumped we bumped into each other.
Nice.
I have met I never fucking got. I've met Matt Smith from Doctor Who.
Oh, cool.
I've met a whole lot of famous people that I could just go into. But I think the coolest guy I've ever met though was coolest dude I ever met was Peter Cullen.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I met him too. Yeah, he was awesome. I actually asked him, like, there was something that my dad, like, was wondering about regarding him doing the Predator voice. And like, I asked Peter Cullen, he told me straight up, like, how he did it, how it happened. Like, he sat down and told a story for me. Like, it was cool. Peter Cullen, awesome guy. Freaking cool.
You know who else is a really amazing guy that I'm so sad is no longer with us is Grant Imahara. I met him as well.
Mm-hmm.
He was backstage at the Mythbusters show. He didn't have a spot on the show, but he went with them for a little bit because I think he was with them with the Kosai team.
Right.
And this was probably one of the last real like major public appearances he did for Mythbusters before his death.
Right. Oh, wow.
Before the show got canceled in 2018 or whatever, and then he died in 2020. He died in 2020.
Okay. Wow.
But I got to meet the list of people that I've met who have died is quite. Yes, Peter Cullen, the real one.
Yeah.
Peter Cullen.
We've both met him. I don't think it was at the same time, was it? Because
it was.
Oh, it was. That's right.
It was.
Yeah, you were actually there with me. I forgot about that. Yeah, you were there with me when I met Peter Cullen. So we
met Peter Cullen, Jim Cummings.
That's right.
Tara Strong.
Tara Strong. We met
Jesse James Grell. Jesse James Grell, who played Sadao Mao in Devil's a Part-Timer. He also played Tokoyami, she also played Tokoyami in My Hero Academia, and she also played Dave in Borderlands 2, which is where I first recognized her. That was a really cool. She was amazing. She was awesome. This was like right after she came out as trans. It was like really cool.
Okay.
Eric, do you think we could try and wrap this up a little bit? I still have places to be.
Yeah, let's start up
switch
the
over
rest
to
of the 4
Scorpid.
minutes. Like just wrap everything up and we'll get to Scorpid because.
Well, I'm pretty much done. We can skip over the Scorpid.
Okay. All right. Then yeah. Thank you for your time, of course. Thank you for your.
Of course, I don't think anybody else. I don't think anybody has any goddamn questions.
Yeah.
I don't mean to rush you or anything. It was just I do have places to be, and it was kind of just going off on a tangent after a tangent of a tangent.
Yeah, it's like I could go into talk how I've met Stipe Miocic. Talk about how I've met.
We can always have a like a stream where we just all sit and chat, do another podcast if you want. We can
That's going to be on my channel.
Yeah, I can if I have time afterwards, I can hop on over. But yeah, okay,
send the people over to my stream. I'm gonna get that set up. All right, see you guys.
All right, see
you.
Thank you for coming.
Now that his time's over, can I say something?
Yeah.
Hi, Thomas.
Hi, Thomas.
Thomas is here. Yay!
Right,
oh no, Thomas.
Also, I'm back.
Oh shit!
I'll do this.
Also, I forgot to say hi, Crystal too.
Hello. Here, Scorpid, I will start the timer, and you can start as I put your images up. That way I can just kind of compress the time a bit. So whenever you're ready, give me the go. I'll click on the.
All right, I'm good.
All right, starting now. 30 minutes.
So I've been working on building a fantasy world that's sort of a modern-ish fantasy, kind of a medieval fantasy type thing, named Star Manor. The name is an amalgamation of some Old Norse words that roughly translates to the worlds of the world of many. And so this world is basically a whole thing. There's a lot of different like co-linear stories going along, following different characters and their paths through their life. Namely, the main party being 4 adventurers that kind of met under odd circumstances, but eventually everything worked out. The leader of which would be a lady made purely out of slime named Sylvia. She is part of a race of like slime humanoids that can morph their body as needed for whatever purposes they see, whether it's changing the colors, changing the shape, temperature, acidity, whatever. The one main thing that they cannot change is the volume of how much they have to work with. Sylvia's long hair is where she stores most of her mass. She has 2 different forms that she shows, one that's kind of a more slime-like figure and one that looks more human. That is sort of a public sort of disguise that she puts on as a way to appear a little more presentable, on account of many people pointing out that her natural form looks a little lewd for the public eye.
And that's her, by the way, right here in the blue, or the completely blue one. She appeared. I think 4 of your OCs already have appeared on the Summer of Fun thing we did on MT Creations.
Yes. Sylvia is the leader of this main 4, as she is rather strong and, while not the greatest leader, at least has enough leadership skills to be able to kind of wrangle everyone in together to work together. Mm-hmm. Very high energy, and kind of stupid. Cannot cook at all. Then the red dragon lad, that is Dalok. He is a flame draconic. Draconics are a different species within this world that is a whole line of different races of elemental dragon humanoids, created by the goddess Drenatir, the mother of beasts. Dalok is, being a flame one, has easy manipulation of fire flow. Flow is the word referring to the magic system of their world. He uses it to be able to, say, ignite his sword, be able to heat up his allies, and really just pretty much anything you could think to use fire for. And rather than needing to words mixing up, he has to basically restore his own internal flame by literally sitting in fire. The lower his body temperature gets, the less he can really do, because because draconic blood is made from the flow of whatever element they represent. So his is basically liquid fire. Very unpleasant if you were to get in a fight with one.
Yeah, I bet.
Now, for the green lad with the magic, as well as the red-haired chick, those are Aethrak, the Lich Necromancer, and Gia, his Dullahan's sister. Now, Aethrak has been studying necromancy and general life flow for a very, very long time. Was studying necromancy and was kind of not exactly appreciated in his time. And as necromancy is often viewed as being, against the rules of nature. So, in a ploy to try and get him and his sister out of town, the townsfolk that they lived with decided to execute his sister while he was out collecting herbs. Unfortunately for them, he came back just in time to see the blade drop and her head fall to the floor. Now, as I'm sure that anyone with a brain could imagine, he was not exactly happy with them for this. So, in a blind fit of rage and being fueled by his own dark magic, proceeded to resurrect her on the spot. Was not able to bind her head back to her body at the time, therefore resurrecting her in 2 pieces as a Doulahan, or in other words, a headless horseman type thing. And then proceeded to completely wipe the village off the face of the planet, basically. In one night, everyone, men, women, and children, all of them suffered his wrath. And there were no survivors besides those 2, and they won't say anything. This is often referred to in universe as the missing village incident. Nobody in universe really knows what happened apart from those 2. But yeah, that just goes to show how incredibly strong Aethrax and necromancy is. But he, as a lich, cannot realistically die unless his phylactery is destroyed. His phylactery being the head of his sister. Because if he were to lose his sister, then he doesn't care anymore. What's the point if he doesn't have his family to protect?
Right.
And as such, the 2 of them being undead have essentially just can just keep living on in just perpetual time. Basically, they don't really age because they're technically corpses. Corpses prevented from rotting. They are a couple hundred years old. He's since not exactly kept track. And whenever you get up to the 300 range, you kind of just don't really care a whole lot. But though he is rather weak, as he is a magic focused person. The more power you have over the flow of the world, the weaker you are physically in most circumstances. And as such, he relies heavily on his magic. Gia, on the other hand, does not possess any magical traits, and besides being undead, and instead focuses on the martial arts. She would easily be able to take out most people in a hand-to-hand combat. Due to having training in multiple forms of martial arts, enhanced with the fact that she already had good physique before becoming undead. And those 4, under the collective name Sylvia and Co.'s questing, often takes on different assignments around their world, namely with their base being in a town called Kales. The city of second chances. This is where a lot of people who aren't exactly viewed as normal by society tend to kind of group together and be able to live in relative harmony. But whether that's ancient warlords or people who just didn't want to follow their hometowns' views on the world or anything of that nature. Kales is a home.
Mm-hmm.
In their town square, there's a whole bunch of stores. In the bar directly across from the guild's hall is the Six Hands Tavern, which is run by Annabeth, the 6-armed serpent lady at the bottom of the corkboard. That is Annabeth, and she is formerly a warlord of an ancient of an ancient battle known as the Ashen War. The Ashen War was a war between demons and the overworld that continued for quite a while until for some unknown reasons, the god deity of the demons decided to just call off the war in an instant and signed a treaty. Nobody's quite sure of the reason for doing so, but everyone's thankful for it at least. But she was a ruthless warlord at the time. She has quite the body count when it comes to just any of her opponents.
Oh, wow.
No, not like that.
The death kind.
Yes, the death kind of body count. But nowadays she has settled down, running a tavern, and generally catering to most people. She's not afraid to tell people about her former status as a warlord, because that is an insight that a lot of people would find rather valuable. But generally speaking, she's relatively kind, if a little harsh. And don't you dare start causing a fuss in her tavern. She will throw you out. And with that many arms and being a trained warlord, you will not be able to escape her grasp.
Yeah, so that's when the survival rate will go down. Survivability changes.
The survival rate of her bar is less than 100%. It's pretty good, but it is not a guarantee.
Wow.
She has a sister named Fidinea. She, rather than having a brown color scheme, has a purple color scheme. She's the one in the top right of the cork board. She, instead of running a tavern, she instead runs a brothel. Now, of course, I can't exactly go into detail of all the things that happen there, considering this is YouTube.
Of course.
I'm sure everyone is familiar with what a brothel is, though. But she's basically runs a multi-species brothel where from all across the land, people who are downtrodden or seeking a good time or in debt or anything like that can come to work for her. And inside of her brothel, the what was it called? Serpent's Temptation. Sorry, brain fart for a moment.
That's fine.
The Serpent's Temptation is kind of much like the TARDIS, is a lot bigger on the inside than on the outside.
That's cool.
But there's a lot of things that I don't think I have the time to get into that led to that. But basically, there's a whole non-Euclidean space inside of her brothel that allows it to take up space that it shouldn't be able to. But pretty much anyone can come work there to earn some cash, and oftentimes even many people will end up literally living there as they work because she treats her workers like family, basically. Everyone gets compensated fairly. They're not just employees. They're all like roommates, basically. Well, not roommates, neighbors.
Yeah.
And so long as you're willing to do a lot of not safe for YouTube things, then you could easily be able to afford to stay and do pretty much anything in that world. Alongside her, there is Brianna, a rather small individual. She's the one in the top center of the corkboard. She is technically a demon noble, which is a form of royalty, as were both of the snake ladies. But they're a different type of noble. She is a crystalmancer, basically manipulation over a specific like small crystal thing that, if you ever seen Yondu's arrow from Guardians of the Galaxy, it basically can do stuff like that, but with a multitude of shards. It's rather scary.
Mm-hmm.
But her dad ended up in a sort of forbidden romance with a mortal, which led to Brianna. Now, in order to keep her safe and secret from the higher ups, she instead was raised by Fidenea rather than by her mom or her dad. As such, she is also an employee at the brothel, hence why her attire is rather risque.
Makes sense. Also, I'm gonna go fetch my dinner. I just keep going. Don't mind me.
Okay. Her father is actually the one sitting in the left center, just below Dalok, on the cork board, and his name is Adamas. Kind of a party animal, but he he has a whole thing that I probably don't have time for. But generally is a pretty good dude, if a little scary, considering he was one of the top-ranking generals of the Ashen War. So he's rather scary of an individual. If he wants you hurt, you will be hurt.
Ooh.
Yeah, he is not one to fuck around with.
A lot of power.
Oh yeah. Again, he's probably one of the most powerful ones in Starmanor. Which is really scary to think about whenever you realize just how many really powerful people there are there. And especially considering how easy those crystals are to conceal. It would be like like being able to have imagine being able to have something no bigger than a piece of chewing gum in your pocket, and just by thinking of it, it's suddenly able to pull out from your pocket and pierce through someone's heart directly in front of you without so much as lifting a finger.
My God.
And that's with one shard. He has multiple dozens of them. I'm sure you could see one of the reasons why he is a rather frightening individual.
Yeah.
Plus a rather sick sense of humor of the sadistic variety, but generally doesn't. He tries not to hurt people too bad, unless they actually piss him off. But good luck getting to him to piss him off. He's usually up with the higher class individuals. But what do you expect from someone who's basically like a tier or two down from a literal deity?
Yeah.
I'm back.
All right.
Hi. He rather resides in the Ashen Deep, which is the demon realm that comes along like parallel to their world. However, there is one other major settlement that is in Starmanor that has been a little more fleshed out, and that would be Port City. Port City is kind of the main activity center of a lot of Starmanor and its culture. It is a massive city that originally started as a simple shipping city, hence the name Port City. It was the main port of that country. But eventually, the port came to mean something very different whenever a certain other race that's really, really complicated and would probably require 30 minutes of explaining on their own. Basically came in and kind of tore a hole in like space and kind of created this portal thing that is used to that nowadays is used as a form of a trading doorway. It's simply known as the port gate. It can be tuned to pretty much any plane of existence. Not necessarily any space in it, but generally you can kind of pick, say, a planet or a region of the planet to appear. With fine tuning that would take a while to set up. You could get finer positioning, but generally speaking, you can't use it to just teleport from one town to the next one over. But say this could allow for various species from other media to be able to easily trade with Starminer. However, it is a one-way gate. You can go out from Port City through the gate, but you can't just simply walk back in. The only way to get into Starminer from the outside is to have what's known as a recall anchor. A recall anchor is a small locket-shaped device that can basically be able to summon the force of the port gate at like energy focused nodes across time and space. You can't just do it anywhere. You have to kind of find a focus of energy near enough to you to then kind of open up your own rip in space, to then be able to take you and whoever with you. So long as you have a recall anchor, you can easily make your way back. But generally, you kind of have to be let in by someone else. You can't just go there by yourself. But because of that, Port City has absolutely flourished as a trading city across a multitude of places. There's an entire alley set for just making food of different kinds. There's a dude right at the there's two orcs right at the entrance of there that are competing but are also siblings, and one of them even literally cooks dragons to serve to people. Dragons in Starminer are a little different. They're not like the massive beasts that you see in D&D. They're a lot more like magic bears that can fly.
I like
which
that.
is still scary. Yeah, which is really still scary, but not quite as scary as like D&D dragons are, where they're like fucking like 5 stories tall type thing. Now these guys are no bigger than say like a black bear.
Wow.
And if you know what you're doing, you could take them down.
Just scary flying bears.
Yeah. It's like fighting a bear, but it has armored scales, wings, and can breathe fire, electricity, ice, etc. at you violently. So still scary, but not as bad.
Mm-hmm.
The two of those siblings go out and hunt them regularly together, and then come back to the city and compete with one another to sell things. They're a complicated family dynamic. But they're in the food alley of Port City. There's a manufactured goods one. There's various like in-home services such as there's taverns and stuff like that. And also the expedition team lives in that alley. I'll get to them in just a sec. But the Port City is ruled over by a small kind of like they function similar to a sort of shadow government, but like more public. They're a rather ruthless bunch that if you piss them off, you'll never be seen again, mafia style. They're not necessarily the nobles. In fact, and most of them would probably lose to a noble. But they're still mightily powerful, and with their influence, yeah, just don't piss them off. You'll regret it.
A lot of creatures where you gotta just be careful in Stormenter, or like you will
Yeah.
just die. Like it seems like
I mean,
every creature's like
a lot of them are people, so it's just you
Yeah.
kind of follow people rules. In other words, don't go over and just like shove someone in the middle of the street
of course,
because
yeah.
you'll probably get a sword through the stomach.
Don't
That
look
sort
at
of thing.
don't look at someone funny or you're dead.
Nah, generally people are pretty chill about that sort
Yeah.
of stuff. Just try not to be a rude, ignorant
Right,
asshole,
yeah.
and you'll be fine.
Makes sense. I just like that. Like, don't mess with anyone, but otherwise you're fine.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a mortal person with no magic or fighting experience, and you fucking show up in the middle of like Magic Central Station, then and then try and fight the first person you see, yeah, I think you're fucking cooked.
Yeah, yeah, I'd say.
But the expedition team, as I mentioned before, is basically a smaller team that goes into the portal on unknown coordinates. And basically tries to scout out the area to find potential trade routes and civilizations to trade with, or even scouting land that could then be used by other places for colonization or something like that. Being able to sort of seed places with new life.
That's pretty cool.
And that expedition team, I haven't entirely finished making them yet, but there's two main people in it so far, that being Hilly. She's a giantess lady that stands about 15 feet tall and is basically giant mom. And she's generally caring for pretty much everyone that she encounters, treats them all like they're kids, like they're her kids type thing.
Mm-hmm.
And generally just a sweet person, if a little oblivious sometimes due to her height.
Yeah.
And Alexani, who is a light draconic, who I meant to send you a picture of, but I forgot to. But it's definitely too late now.
Yeah, it's all right.
But she is kind of like the right hand woman for her, and like being able to fight a lot better than Hilly can. Also, Alexani definitely has a crush on Hilly, but she would never let her find out about that. But generally speaking, they all work together as a really good team. But I'm still kind of working on some parts of the story. I tried to kind of go over as much as I could, but to go into a lot more of the nitty gritty would require a lot more time that I just don't have. So yeah, I think that's really about all I can really fit in without going into a lot more that would take time. So yeah, any questions? Sorry, I know it was a little scattered, but like I say, I haven't really gotten a single continuous story going because there's so many stories going in parallel. Judging by the silence, I take it there's no questions.
I kind of
shoot,
have one.
I
I'm
was-
trying to think of how to work.
Sorry.
Wow,
I was
fuck you,
unmuted.
Thomas.
Oh my god. Sorry, I was
It's okay.
I got out like 3 sentences before I realized I was muted because I'm eating chips over here and I don't want to interrupt.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. I was actually saying stuff, but I didn't realize I physically muted my microphone. What was I saying?
Okay.
I was saying, yeah, I like all the stories, right? Having multiple stories, like that is pretty cool because it just means that the world building is well rounded. Like it kind of reminds me of Adventure Time in a way where where the land of Ooh, it's not only about Finn and Jake, right? Finn and Jake are not, to me, aren't like the main characters of Adventure Time. It's everyone on the land of Ooh. Like the land of Ooh itself, that is the main character of Adventure Time.
Exactly,
yeah.
and Adventure Time kind of played a huge part of that inspiration of the whole. There's not necessarily any one main character. It's there's a lot of stories going on, and while most of them will involve this main party, they're not necessarily in everything. They're not like pivotal to the plot of everything in the world type thing.
Yeah.
Oh, Sylvia's backstory isn't like tragic or anything. It's literally just she woke up one day and decided, you know what? I want to be a fucking adventurer, and decided to found an adventuring guild. That's it. That's her story.
That's her story. Wow.
Meanwhile, you have Aethrek over here who slaughtered an entire village and kept it secret.
Yeah. That's insane.
So
Diversity
There's a
in
lot
lore.
going on.
Yeah, diversity. That was a big, huge thing.
Diversity in lore. Like that's cool to see. I like seeing
Not
that.
everyone needs to be not everyone needs to have a tragic backstory.
Exactly. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Most of my OCs aren't even that tragic. Like and like they all just fit fine as they are. So I completely get, I can't wait to be able to work with Aethrek and Christmas of MT2 because I did reveal earlier that was a thing and the script is finished.
Yeah,
that's gonna be really fun to bring in and introduce. And yeah, so yeah, I like hearing.
Shit, I just realized there was something I completely forgot to mention about Aethrek.
Yeah.
And that was the fact that he's trained so much at necromancy that he's basically been able to learn how to use it for repairing certain kinds of wounds. He's able to use necromancy to essentially act as healing magic to some extent.
Yeah, that's cool.
It's a little complicated, but he makes it work. Basically, partial dead conversion.
Yeah.
Fucking, you get a massive gash that's about to take off your entire leg. Nah, guess what? That place that you were cut in half, boom, zombie now. The rest of you's fine, but this part, that's a zombie now. You'll heal it off.
Oh.
Oh man, that's cool. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, basically you can patch you up without needing to like go in with surgery and all and reconnect and all that. Basically, your body he can patch you together to keep you in one piece type thing, and then be able to let your body be able to kind of gradually work away the undead part and break it down and convert it into living tissue again.
Yeah. That's awesome.
So, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Alrighty, John, do you want to go next? 'Cause I see that Thomas wants to go, but I don't have like a background for Thomas yet. So, like I don't have like the image with the name on it.
Right.
I mean, if we want to talk about this is gonna be fucking.
I do have to head out, so.
All right.
Yeah.
It's gonna have to be hella like improv, but.
All right, hang on.
It's okay if you don't have a background for me.
It's gonna have to be hella improv because I'm still in the middle of retconning a bunch of shit.
That's fine. Did you send me the what am I using for you? Did you send me stuff?
Did you see my?
I don't think I did.
Do I send you?
Yeah, Thomas, I saw your OCs. Beautiful. Freaking Robbie, Inflatable Skibbity Toilet Thomas, and Weird Al Thomas.
Where is my phone? There's my
I'm
phone.
gonna go real quickly. I want to bullshit so much.
You know what? Let Thomas bullshit.
Should we let Thomas bullshit? Okay. You know what?
Let Thomas bullshit while I find images.
All right, you find images. I will let Thomas bullshit. Let me get the images up real quick.
And just I have no regrets. I took like 10 minutes to make all these.
Well, you know what? Let's not let all that effort go to waste. So here we have here we have Weird Al Thomas.
That's not his name. That is not his name.
What's his name then?
Mud.
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 All right, then it's Mud.
Then we have Robbie.
We have Robbie.
Whatever that is.
And we have Mud's child, Dirt.
Dirt.
Okay. Who should I talk about first?
You
Whoe-
push Robbie first.
Whoever you want.
Oh, okay, we'll start with Robbie first. So, we'll start with Robbie. So, first off, he's fucking cool.
He looks
He's
fucking
6
cool.
Yeah, he's a baller.
He's a baller. I love him
He's got-
already.
He got 15% of the popular vote.
Oh, that's insane. That's crazy, my guy.
I like how you just. Thank you for putting my name down.
Of course, buddy. Oh god.
Well, he was like, oh yeah, Robbie is bi.
Good for him. Good for him.
Yeah, good for him. 16 bi, and most importantly, he fucks.
He fucks. Oh my god. That's crazy.
His record for he once fucked 5 dudes.
I'm glad to hear he has at one point fucked.
He fucks.
You know who knows.
Oh.
Shut up. So he can't not fuck every thing on the planet, including a ham sandwich.
Holy shit.
What?
No, I'm eating a ham
What?
sandwich right now. I'm not
Nope,
fucking
not
joking.
anymore.
No.
Not anymore. That ham sandwich has been tainted.
No.
He's the person who makes all the Swiss cheese as well. So he pokes the holes himself. But I won't say what bloody part.
I wish hang on. I wish I was freaking joking about this, but I'm not.
Are you actually?
Hey, hang on. I'm gonna prove it. Let me see if I can get my
Oh my god.
Your ham sandwich?
Where's my
Is it
webcam?
mayo on it? Question, is there mayo on it?
Yeah. No! No! Hang on, I tried to get it up, but
It's not mayo.
there we go. Okay. Guys, I wish I was fucking joking about this. He's not
mayo.
lying. It's ham and there's mayo.
No, it's not. That's not mayo, my
Well,
dude.
not now, not anymore. Now they know that.
That's Robbie's secret sauce.
Oh no.
Took a big bite out of Robbie's secret sauce. You know what's pretty good though. I'm gonna hand it to him.
Before we go on to Mud and Dirt, do we have any questions about Robbie?
Does he even know what sex is?
Yes. And he's too cool for it.
Okay.
Any other questions? Like,
Is that
does
a hot
anyone know
dog?
what race it is?
Why is he holding a hot dog?
Yes, it is. Yes. That's his skateboard.
Oh, that's a skate. Okay, I see. He's cool like
Oh,
that.
skateboard. And if you wonder what race Robbie is, yes.
Yes. That's pretty good.
No.
To be yes.
Okay, well, next up is Mud.
Mud. This guy, right?
Yes.
Funky fella.
Yes. Up right there. Okay. Yeah. So he is 282-738-293837 years old, and he
Oh.
is the most powerful being on the face of the earth.
So he's God,
Nothing.
basically.
Yes, he carries around a corn dog gun that shoots mini corn dog bullets, and it can pierce anything,
Holy
anything in the
crap.
world.
Holy crap.
It could, and it could hit anything it wants as well.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie, I love
Yeah.
him already.
Do you know how Hitler killed himself, right?
Yeah.
He didn't. Mud killed him.
Yay, everyone's hero.
I mean, look at that man.
Guys, we should put up a statue of the guy who killed Hitler.
Oh my god. This is taking a turn.
Put that in mouthpiece, please. Okay, so next thing that's canon. So Robbie and Mud created Dirt. That's the child.
Dirt. Is this dirt?
Yes.
Okay, so these two fucked really hard and ended up
Yes.
making this thing. So let's set up the family. Let's set up the family tree over here.
That is the correct pronouns. This is 8 pronouns.
He has 8 pronouns. Is that what you said?
That's his pronouns. This.
This. His pronouns is this. Well, I love this.
Dirt is pretty much the Antichrist. Just look at him. Look at this.
Yeah, he is. He does seem like
He's the Antichrist.
he does seem very antichrist-ish.
So Dirt has no body. It's just a fucking toilet.
Yeah, I apparently
Because Mud can turn into anything.
do people shit in him?
Yes.
I mean, in this.
Yes. That's this is kink.
Whoa.
Okay. Any questions about Mud and Dirt?
Why?
How?
Yes and yes.
Woo! Yeah.
Questions? Any other
I don't. I
questions?
think people are a little too scared to ask questions. I'm not gonna lie.
Thomas.
Like,
Keep bullshitting. I'm still trying to get images. Keep
Okay.
stalling.
I'm gonna go grab some soup. I'll be right back.
Okay,
Keep going though. Keep going though.
Okay, so something else is cool about Robbie. He when he wants to, he creates soup from his penis.
What the
So
fuck?
I
Any
mean,
CP
don't we all?
any soup he wants. It can be any soup. It can be clam chowder. That's a bad example. It could be Italian wedding, chicken noodle, any soup, any broth ever. So whatever Alberto's soup he's eating, that's the piss of Robbie. So what else? Mark is the creator of weed. If you cut off a piece of Mud's hair and smoke it, you are gonna get the highest you've ever been in your life. You're gonna see some wild shit.
I bet I missed something really fucked up, haven't I?
You did.
Yes.
How's your soup?
What did I miss?
How's your soup?
What?
How's your soup?
Delicious.
That's Robbie's piss.
Well, you know what? He makes pretty good piss.
What else? Dirt is a furry.
I'm not surprised.
He can turn this can turn into any animal it wants, and typically it's not bestiality because this is not a thing.
Yeah, it's not a thing. This is a this.
I found another image of Strauss.
And what else?
Where?
Garrett,
What?
is dating Annoying Orange, I guess.
Oh.
Just look at that face.
Oh, I was sending these in general. Whoops. I meant no, Mike.
Oops.
Okay, Keeper, okay, fuck, do I have to keep stalling, or are you good?
It's not letting me fucking sign in. I need to get the pictures.
Okay, Robbie has the coolest sunglasses ever. He has any sunglasses he wants.
He does have very cool sunglasses, though. I mean, look at them.
Yeah. Robbie is awesome.
They're awesome.
He was like an angel,
I freaking
but
love
can't. Yeah, so Robbie can turn into any race he wants because why the fuck not?
That's beautiful. Can he turn into alien races?
Any race, I said.
Okay. Good.
Dirt has double D tits. It's just under the toilet.
Wow.
What else? Fuck. They're a third son. They have two more kids together as well. One of them is John.
What?
Sorry to break it to you, John. That's why he's so awesome. And the other kid is Danny DeVito.
Danny DeVito. Guys, we got serious Danny DeVito lore.
I mean, look at Robbie. Look at Robbie. Can't you see the Danny DeVito?
Yeah, I do see it. You're right.
Yeah, so
Edot asks what his skill count is.
what's his skill count?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's terrifying and just everything else at the same time.
Robbie has a body count of 5 million.
5 million? Okay, at least it isn't 6 million, then I'd be a little concerned.
Yeah, he's gonna get there though. And his body count includes some celebrities like the Queen.
Did he kill Gilbert Gottfried?
No. Dirt did.
Oh, okay. Well, at
It
least
was a
we have
huge
that.
battle, and Gilbert Godfrey sacrificed himself. So that's technically dead because Gilbert Godfrey sacrificed himself to save the world from Dirt. The evil motherfucker.
Wow.
There we go. There's the picture I was looking for. Found it. Okay.
Okay. What else?
They're kind of, the pictures are kind of in general. I was just using.
Okay.
I'll only talk
Who
about
else has-
one of the Strausses.
Okay, so he's fucked the Queen. He's fucked Donald Trump, Joe Biden,
What?
Jesus Christ, Justin Trudeau, and what else? Sydney Sweeney. Not Sydney Sweeney. She's not good enough for him.
Dang.
And that's it.
Alright, I'm gonna start switching over to the Strauss stuff then.
That's it.
Well,
That's
thank
it.
you,
Okay.
Thomas, for
God,
the
I am
wonderful
bold. That's the
insight.
most. That's the weirdest. Okay, that's it. Oh my god.
I think your OCs win OC of the.
Which one?
Yes.
It's gotta be Rob.
I wish I still had like the
Please show
The
me fan
picture
out
of,
of
like,
Robbie.
some of the art that Al's made of Strauss, but I
Oh,
don't have it on hand.
I have some. Don't worry. I can show some of. I can show the Summer of Fun stuff.
That works.
Put the tiny
Also-
headed Strauss on.
I was thinking about that. I was gonna do that.
Also, God, the fucking. We kind of have a quick, like a bit of a Rolando cameo in that one picture.
Yeah, Rolando's there. You might have to touch on. Rolando might get touched on, which I guess for the record, Strauss and Rolando are kind of like a duo. They're a duo, right? And it's like a collab between me and John. So Strauss is John's OC, and he's talking about Strauss, but Rolando is my OC. It's getting mentioned.
God, that Strauss.
That was from Reddit Online when I was on my other account with a veil.
Oh, yeah.
Strauss looked like that. That's drunk Cam Strauss.
We love
I
Punk
want
Strauss.
Robbie so bad. Alberto, can you draw me Robbie fan art?
I will. Yeah, don't worry.
Give me a fan art of the whole family.
I will draw the whole family for you. They
Thank you.
they are very they are worthy of fan art.
Oh my! I
Why is he the biggest one?
Why was it one of the, like Strauss like taking a shit or something? Why was he just squatting in one of them?
Why is the head? Why is that head so small?
Because
I
Al.
wish I knew.
Where was this? Where
Oh
was
god,
that?
I just had a dumb idea. Have that
Yeah.
Strauss sitting on the other Strauss's shoulders.
Where was that?
Oh
Where
my
was the
God.
sitting? Where was the sitting Strauss from?
That's also from Summer of Fun.
Yeah, well, I don't remember it though. Was
He
it
was
unused?
there.
Or...
No, it was used.
Oh, when was it used?
in the new stuff. Like you can go back and you'll see it.
Oh,
there.
I didn't. Did I miss any of? Did I miss any sprites of my four in that? Like, what in the folder? What's in the folder for Mario?
No, I used all of them.
Anyway,
Like,
so
are there any new sprites I miss
No.
for those four? Oh,
If
all
you
right.
if you watch the entirety of Summer of Fun, I've used every sprite, every art I've made in there. All right, so Keeper, whenever you're ready.
Alright, so I guess this is mostly kind of like the original Strauss we're going to be talking about, since that's what we have the most art of.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, there's a ton of different Strauss, because it's the whole, like, it's like a family name. So it's like, you know, Strauss the first through, I think, what are we at, the sixth?
Yeah, because we forgot one.
Yeah, because
It used to be
we
the
had
fifth.
we had the retcon in a fourth because of timeline. But, like, it's the whole thing with Strauss is, like, his story is like it's like a crime comedy that takes place in like each like era of American crime. So like the first one is, you know, it's like it's the Wild West, the Wild West outlaw. That's the first Strauss, and then we get the bootlegger in the 1920s, the noir, all the way up into like modern and past our time crime. But he's like his whole thing is that he's a criminal, but he's also like the gentleman thief archetype, where he's a bad guy, but at the same time he's not like horrible. So he's not gonna go out killing for no reason. He robs either because he has to or because he thinks it's fun. And like one of the other big things I have with him is like in all the stories he keeps a journal, which is what the story is. That's why it's called the Strauss journals, because each generation of Strauss keeps a journal. So when I write the stories, it's like half like usually I start out the chapter with a journal entry and then I go into the main story.
That's cool. That's a cool way of writing it.
Yeah, so like say for the ones we've been having the retcon, like for Japan arc, the Japan arc for what we just had from one of the stories we had the retcon. It starts out with him writing in his journal about how he's taking a boat to Japan for a family vacation, basically. Also with Rolando, who
And
is
yeah.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, and then we all know what happened after that journal entry in Japan arc.
Yeah.
It's just related to Rolando, who you were gonna just mention.
Oh yeah. And then Rolando is Connor's OC, and like I said, Strauss and Rolando, they're like a package deal. They are partners in crime in the series. Like you can't have Strauss without Rolando.
Yeah, I was gonna say you can't have one without the other.
It's like they have like a Mario and Luigi kind of dynamic, where Strauss is like the brains of the operation, and then Rolando's like the absolutely necessary support.
Yeah.
Although in the picture they're just kind of playing music together.
I think that's cute. They're just having fun together. Partners in crime. They do have
Yeah, that's
such a Mario and Luigi dynamic, and that yet again goes back to what we were saying about the influences of our lives into our creations. Like, it's nice to see that.
Yeah,
too.
like Strauss is heavily based on the Lupin series.
Mm-hmm.
But that is where I got the whole idea of him being like the gentleman thief, and the whole like crime comedy.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, one of the other big things I'm trying to retcon is I'm trying to keep the stories more grounded in reality because we got a bit too fantastical with some of the later stories.
Robbed hell.
Yeah, robbed hell. There was the whole situation with Sakurai, I think it was.
Yeah.
I like hearing
in Japan arc.
I haven't read or finished reading through the whole thing. You did post a link somewhere, right? I'm sure I've seen some of it.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I did. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's been so long. I gotta read through it again. But I
Hey,
like
Al,
hearing.
you
What?
you remember the bunger?
Yeah, the bunger.
That's where it came from. The bunker was like what the big weapon used at the end of Japan arc.
It's like my favorite thing to hear about, like, from the story. It's like all these random things from the story, and like me not having read like most of it yet. It's so funny having this stuff out of context. Like, there are like several incidents that you guys mentioned. There's like the whole pineapple thing. There's the Japan arc.
The rubber ducks. I forgot about the pineapple thing. That's in the fourth one. That's probably not going to get finished because of the retcon. But the pineapple thing was hilarious.
Yes, the pineapple, because that had to do with one of my other OCs, Lily, and Strauss's main antagonist, Jones, who is, a police investigator.
Yeah.
And, it makes sense. The main character is criminal. His antagonist is going to be a cop.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, the antagonist of stories is always the law, since Strauss is always going against the law. But there was a time where, like, Jones was just kind of like walking in on Strauss, like in his house, because they were working together for a bit for the greater good. Lily got scared and just threw a pineapple at him.
Well, she threw it, and then it was going to go towards the wall. It was Mary that made it fly for some reason, because she's a mage, and hit Jones.
Wow.
It was a reference to something.
It was a reference to a Three Stooges skit.
Oh my god, that's awesome. Here, I'm adding an image of Lily because.
Oh god.
Since she got
the
mentioned.
fuck.
The fuck.
Yeah, I'll probably talk more about her in like if we ever do another stream like this.
Okay.
All I'll say right now is she's fucking stupid. But she has reasons to be stupid because she's never gone to school. She never had like any sort of like formal education. Never got like parented really properly. She's just a fucking feral creature.
Yeah.
That is the best way to describe her. She is feral. Yeah, it was like she got scared, threw a pineapple. One of Connor's OCs decided to make the pineapple fly around the corner and smack Jones in the face. It was a reference to a Three Stooges skit where a pineapple flies and hits someone in the back of the head.
That is awesome.
Like I said, Strauss is a crime comedy, so there's always shit like this just happening.
Like also the rubber ducks in Japan arc.
Yeah, the running theme of the rubber ducks in the Japan arc, where when Strauss lands in Japan, one of the first things he does is the police are already waiting for him as he's getting off the boat. So he's trying to he's already in a car chase.
Oh,
so yeah, right off the bat. So he's like driving through a harbor. He drives through one of the shipping containers, and it's just full of rubber ducks. And like throughout the whole rest of the story, there's just rubber ducks popping up randomly for no reason. I think someone dies because of a rubber duck in the story.
I think so.
Is that what the rubber duck incident is?
Yes, it's just the rubber ducks appearing all throughout Japan arc. Because because the one person that died, Strauss got kidnapped with like a crazy fangirl, and as she was like walking away, she trips on a rubber duck and just slams into the floor.
Wow.
Actually, she didn't die there because she's in the Discovery arc. That's not gonna get finished probably.
Yeah. Okay. So since it's not going to be finished, you want me to just tell you the spoiler of what my plan was for her?
Yeah.
She's a robot.
Oh.
Because since her father was a mad scientist, like who's gonna marry that?
Yeah.
You honestly think he was? You honestly think he had a wife?
No.
Exactly. So his daughter, who is the crazy fangirl, he just built a daughter.
Oh God. He's Eggman. Sakurai was
He is
Eggman. Also, my other favorite Strauss moment of just it's stuff you hear out of context is Pablo died and Strauss and Orlando forgot he existed for like 2 years.
Oh, yes. We're keeping that in once we retcon everything.
Good. Where were we
We're-
in your actual discussions?
Sorry about
think
the
it's just
soup
kinda-
noises. I'm eating soup.
We're just kind of talking about Strauss's character.
Oh yeah,
Like-
you were talking about how we wanted to ground things in reality more, but then you started talking about the Bunger, and then we got on this topic.
Yeah. That's why I want to ground things in reality more. Like, I want to keep the humor of Strauss, but at the same time, we're not robbing hell again.
Yeah.
That was a step too far, and we just kept going further.
This time they'll rob Joe Biden.
I mean, literally the first time I wrote Strauss, it was when we were in high school and we were reading The Great Gatsby.
Yeah.
And I was like, and we were watching the movie of Leonardo DiCaprio. So like, I was kind of like getting fed up of it. So I wrote Strauss to rob Leonardo DiCaprio.
Oh my god.
Where's the original one? Yeah, like he moves into like California for a bit, and he breaks into Leonardo DiCaprio's house and starts robbing the place.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he makes references to like the Great Gatsby and stuff. Like how Gatsby always called like in the book he always called the one guy Old Sport.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the lines like Leonardo like like who's there? I'll call security. Shouts just a simple man trying to make a quick dollar. He flings open an open window. See you around, Old Sport, and he just jumps out the window.
Mm. Wow.
Because that's also like Strauss's like catchphrases. See you around.
That's awesome.
And that's where he does like the whole like salute flick from the hat.
It even sounds like it sounds like such a Lupin thing. Like,
Yeah,
It sounds like
like,
it would be a
after-
Lupin thing.
Yeah, like after robbing someone, if he gets caught, he just see you around, just jumps out the nearest window.
Wow.
Like I said, it's a crime comedy, so he does crime, but it's funny at least.
Yeah. At least it's funny.
He's kind of like also like a Lupin Robin Hood character. Like he doesn't rob like people who are in need and stuff. Like he'll rob like the elites of the world
Yeah.
just because he thinks it's fun.
Strauss is a very eat the rich type character.
He is. He's kind. I just realized he's kind of a class traitor because he's already like a rich kid. He was born rich, but he also looks at the like even richer elite. He's just like, fuck these guys. I'm gonna go humble them a little bit.
Wow.
I guess yeah, he kind of keeps the rich humble in the stories because he was a rich kid. Like the original Strauss, and this is where we get into like kind of tragic backstories. The original, his full name is Sean Oliver Strauss.
Mhm.
The original one was born in like late 1800s. At the age of 10, he lost both his parents to a robbery.
Wow.
Because like even back then, he was kind of a spoiled rich kid.
Mhm.
Because his dad came from nobility, but his mother was poor, a poor Irish woman. Both his parents were immigrants at the time. They got together and had Strauss.
Right.
And then in that story, on his 10th birthday is when he got the first journal.
Nice.
Then a few days later, outlaws break into his house. He loses both his parents, but at the same time, he takes out a few of the outlaws. After that,
Like- That's badass. Like at 10 years old.
yeah, 10 years old, he like as his house is getting robbed, he grabs his dad's gun and just takes out a few of the guys robbing his house.
Wow.
And after that, the first Strauss gets into the life of crime because he has to. Because he's going around like in town, being like, "Hey, can I have a job?" And everyone's like, "Oh, you're that snooty rich kid looking for a job. Why don't you go ask your daddy for some money if you really need something?"
Mm-hmm.
So it's like how like even people like today, like you look at the rich kid and you're like, "Ugh."
Yeah.
That's what Strauss had to deal with. But since, of course, he didn't have a dad anymore, he just resorted to robbing, became an outlaw himself. But at the same time, he promised he would never stoop down that as low as the people who robbed him.
Yeah.
And that's how he became the gentleman thief.
Right.
He was forced to become a thief, but at the same time, he wasn't going to become an absolutely grizzled outlaw.
Yeah.
He was still going to keep some humility to him.
He may be an outlaw, but he's got standards.
Exactly. He's a criminal, but he has a code of honor. Like he's not going to go out and kill the innocent.
Yeah. That's good.
Meanwhile, he will rob the fuck out of CEOs and the greedy elite.
Bro's the type to not kill, but just shove the healthcare CEO every chance he gets and just run away. He would just make his life absolutely fucking miserable just because he thinks it's funny.
Exactly. He usually Strauss leaves killing to an absolute last resort. He'd rather just rob you and just shit in your bed. Just make your life an absolute living hell.
That's awesome.
If you wrong him enough, yeah, he'll kill you. But at the same time, if you're just a greedy asshole, he's just gonna treat you like shit and fuck up your day. He'll if he sees you in the street, he'll just shove you, take your wallet, maybe piss on your cat and leave.
Piss on the cat. I'm gonna fucking piss on your cat.
That's it, motherfucker. I'm pissing in your red wine.
Nothing will unpiss.
Try getting drunk now, asshole.
He'll piss in the lemonade in your lemonade jug and put it back in the fridge.
Yeah, he will drink your lemonade, top it off by pissing in it, and put it back in the fridge.
Perfect.
And then he'll just sit by the window and watch. Like I said, it's supposed to be a comedy. He's going to make your life an absolute living hell and have a fucking laugh at it.
Good.
I read the chat, gentleman war criminal.
Oh man.
I mean, yeah, some Strausses have gone to war.
Third? Was that the right one that went to war?
Yeah. I think it was. Yeah, it would be the third because that would be 1940s to 50s.
Yeah.
Wait, wouldn't that
And
be
then
the
also-
fifth, or not the fifth, the fourth? Actually, one of them got drafted for Vietnam.
Yeah, one of them went to Vietnam. Another one probably went to World War II because of the times.
Mm-hmm.
So, like I said, Strauss is he's a criminal, but at the same time, he will do the right thing. He's an asshole to people who deserve it. But if he sees a homeless child on the street, he'll give him a sandwich.
Aw, that's sweet.
He'll give him a sandwich versus Hazame. I'm going to adopt you.
Yeah.
Yeah, Strauss is kind of he's I want my own kid to carry on the bloodline and stuff. But if he sees someone in need, he's like, you know what? I'm rich enough. I'll
Yeah.
just rob Leonardo DiCaprio again.
Again. There should be a streak for how many times he's done that.
Just like, just bust on the doors. Hey, Mr. Gatsby, I'm back for your money.
That's great.
Like I said, this is what the Strauss stories are all about, is making fun of like the higher ups by having another rich person like break in, rob them blind, and then just like do whatever the fuck he wants with the money.
You should also talk about how the 5th and 6th, along with side being representing stuff in real life, the car is literally the Kill Yoda, your car.
Oh, that's right.
Oh yeah, they literally
Yeah,
have my car.
You have to talk about the Kill Yoda in the Strauss universe.
Yeah, so the Kill Yoda, for those who don't know, the original one is a 1999 Toyota Avalon that they heavily modified in the stories. Because like the Strausses, like, they're not just rich; they know what they're doing. So like Strauss could be a mechanic. Honest, he could get an honest living as a mechanic if he really wanted to. He just doesn't want to. He'd rather be a mechanic for fun and make his living just messing with the elites.
Mm-hmm.
But like I said, he took this like basic car and turned it into basically a super car, like a sleeper. Like you see this and like, oh, all right, that's a pretty average car. It starts running, you just fuck. Damn. I'm probably gonna retcon some of the stuff that we did with the Kill Yoda, but because it just became like basically James Bond's car. But
It
a
had
Toyota.
wings. It had wings at one point.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it had that fucking hang glider popped out through the sunroof.
We're keeping the coffee maker.
We're keeping the coffee maker.
Keep the coffee
Yes, there's a
maker.
there's a coffee maker in the car.
That's great.
And see it also had like I think like literally the oil slick. It had mines.
Yeah. It probably had guns on it. I think it did.
I think they also armored the car a bit. I was reading the comment. Is he a man of culture? He seems like he is very much a man of culture.
Yes, he is.
Like he knows what is and isn't valuable. Like you could show him like a diamond, and he'd be like, yes, but you could show him like a piece of glass that's shaped like a diamond, and he'd be like, are you trying to fucking cheat me?
Wow.
Yeah, like I said, that more fantastical stuff I am somewhat retconning out. But at the same time, we're keeping the funny stuff. Like, we're keeping the rubber duck incident.
Yeah, that
the
is
rubber ducks are
hilarious.
gonna happen again.
We will bring
love
back
hearing
Orlando's.
incidents and everything. What?
We will bring back Orlando's magic barbecue melt.
Yes,
Where
barbecue melt.
Orlando almost kills his daughter and his partner in crime.
Yeah, so that's the thing about Rolando. If you want to talk about him for a quick second, he's bad at cooking. He can't cook.
He also can't taste anything. Aren't his taste buds gone or something?
Yeah, I think it's canonical that his taste buds are burnt off.
How did that happen?
I don't know. I think he was born with it or something. I think that's what he talked about.
Like he was born without taste buds. See, the only time you can taste it is if it has like every spice imaginable. Like Strauss is actually one of his other skills. He's a good cook.
That's
like,
why he
he's
has
genuinely a good cook
on the screen.
Yeah, that's why he has a grill. He's genuinely a good cook.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he will make you a great steak if you ask him.
When does he fight against the rubber duck demigod Alejandro?
Rubber duck demigod.
We're going to add it just because of that in one of the stories. I need to add like some fanatical rubber duck enthusiast. Like he's just like wearing a rubber duck costume. He's like, I am the Lord of the Rubber Ducks, Alejandro.
Perfect. I love that. That's great. Strauss is an amazing character. I'm so glad that I was like tried to see if I could get Lily in on Christmas of MT2, but putting Strauss in just makes it way better.
Yeah, because like his whole thing is comedy and crime.
Yeah.
Also, I was looking at where the magic barbecue melt happened. It was like Rolando. I call it Rolando Listodome. Rolando's magic barbecue melt. Oh, Lord, that is the most American thing I've seen in a while. What do you mean by magic? Every single spice in the kitchen, and I mean all of them. Is that safe? Well, we're American, most of us. I think I'd rather eat the Carolina Reaper. Too bad. Consume the magic.
Consume the magic.
That was Rolando.
Yeah.
It's Rolando saying, "Consume the magic." That's funny. I love that.
Oh yeah, it's also, I'll be the brave soul to eat it first. Strauss, no, I will. Strauss grabs a fork and plunges it into the pan. He takes a piece of the barbecue and eats it. Rolando, magic. How is it? Strauss, milk. No! We're all out of milk. Fuck!
Wow.
Like I said, comedy is like the foremost thing with Strauss. It is meant to be funny. Let's see. Also, this wasn't the same story that the rubber duck incident happened?
Oh my god.
Oh yeah. See.
I love how out of context it is to like people who don't know the rubber duck incident. Like, what the fuck is the rubber duck incident? What the fuck do you mean rubber duck incident?
Yeah, so like basically they were trying to use one of the like shipping containers as a ramp to jump the fence to get out of the dock. Mm-hmm. So they shoot a random, container out of a crane so it lands on another, forming a ramp. They shoot the lock off of the container and it just rubber ducks just start pouring out of the container.
Oh my god.
Yeah, just like, huh? What? Who was shipping a container of rubber ducks to Japan?
Holy crap.
Great question. Well, no choice but to commit vehicular duckicide.
Vehicular duckicide. That is
yeah, it just drives through the container, jumping out of the dock. There's a duck in the car!
Yeah,
Can I keep one? Knock yourself out. Yeah, also, I think there are ducks in the suspension. That landing was kind of rough.
Wow. Oh my god. Ducks in the suspension. They're in the car!
Like I said, it's all about the comedy with Strauss. Like even if I can incorporate comedy into any scene, I will.
I mean, yeah, that's what makes it. That's what makes it great.
That is exactly what makes Strauss great, is all the comedy. Because like I said, crime comedy. It's like take Robin Hood and the Three Stooges and put it together, and that's Strauss.
Awesome. Strauss is an awesome character. I love hearing about this story as well. As soon as I find the time to, I'm definitely gonna read through what you have.
Yeah, some of the older stories are a bit rough, which is why I'm retconning a lot.
Yeah.
Also, certain Strausses tend to be more or less serious. Like the earlier Strausses, like from the first to the third, those are more serious stories. But after that, that's when we get into like the slapstick funny.
Yeah. That's great.
But also because those stories take place in more serious times. Like Strauss II is a bootlegger. He's a mob boss.
Right.
So like he's probably the most powerful of the Strausses because he has a whole mafia at his disposal.
That takes place 1914 during Prohibition.
Yep. Say in that story, he's like I said, he's a bootlegger. He runs a mob.
Yeah.
And of course, the first Strauss is, like I said, Wild West kind of story. And then the
Nice.
third, which is where the retcon is happening, he's gonna be in like a noir kind of story. It's like that whole era of like, the detectives.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because isn't the retcon we didn't have a Strauss in the 70s? Or we didn't have a
Exactly.
Strauss in the 50s? And
Yeah, we didn't have a Strauss in the 50s, so we need that. And then now we're getting the Strauss in the 70s, which is where the slapstick is gonna start happening.
Nice.
And then past that, you get the fifth. Well, now the fifth, which takes place in our times, like kind of our childhood, like 2015 era.
That's cool.
And then Strauss the sixth, who was originally the fifth, but retcon and shit. That one takes place in the future, past our time, which is where most of the comedy is happening, because we don't know we don't know what's happening in the future. We're making assumptions and we're making it funny.
Yeah, like the Bunger.
Like the Bunger.
Yeah, like the Bunger.
I fucking love the Bunger. It's so funny.
The fact that it is a nuclear powered tank with Doc Ock legs that just walks around like just terrorizing Japan.
Oh, there's 30 seconds left.
Oh yeah.
Oh damn. I guess any questions?
I don't have any because I make these stories with you.
I don't have it. I think I've heard everything. Like, I mean, I already asked about the rubber duck incident.
The fucking rubber duck incident.
Oh my god.
There's also the German arc, but I don't know if we want to talk about what happened in the German arc.
Nah, that one's getting full on like just deleted from canon.
Yeah. Well, at least I still had fun writing it. Like even if like there's like bits that don't make the final version, like at least it exists at one point, and it's just cool that it at the thing.
Yeah, most of like
it's fun to write
the
it.
German arc is getting entirely retconned from canon. I'm gonna completely redo that story. The other ones though, I'm going to just tweak to fit the theme more.
Yeah.
Which means we are gonna write Japan arc again. We're gonna revisit Japan arc one day.
Oh no.
Nice. The
Bunger is gonna stay canon. I don't care.
the Jabunger. Yes,
The Bunger.
You gotta keep the Bunger.
So Japan's gonna have the least changes, isn't it?
Most likely.
I might just drop it down to just Rolando and Vale. In that case, just have two of them. Vale makes sense because she's Rolando's daughter, and it's supposed to be a family vacation.
Yeah.
Family vacation.
Since
to Japan gone
since like
wrong.
yeah, isn't Rolando like part Japanese?
Yeah, and at first it was Japanese and Canadian, but then you said it'd make more sense for him to be Japanese and Spanish, so I'm going with that. He's like part Japanese and part Spanish.
Nice.
Because yeah, I mean his name is Rolando Martez.
So there's gonna be a Spain Strauss story eventually.
I can help you guys out with that one.
Yeah, I would say we should have Al in on that one.
Yes.
And then Strauss himself is part German, part Irish, which is why his name is Sean Strauss.
Will Alejandro come back from the dead? Come back from the dead to be on the Halloween special?
Oh my god.
Yes.
Yes. Bring back Alejandro, the Duck Lord.
The Duck Lord.
Well,
The
I guess Al's
Lord of
next.
the Rubber Ducks.
Alrighty. That was great. Strauss is awesome.
Strauss is always fun to write.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's definitely my most fun OC.
He is a very fun OC indeed. Oh my god. He is cool.
And then next, if we do this again, I'll probably talk more about Lily since I've been fleshing her character out
Yeah,
recently.
of course. We need to know more about the Fok that smells.
The only reason she smells is because she doesn't have a proper home. She lives in the dirt.
Yeah, makes sense.
She does not have access to indoor plumbing.
There is no bathing for the Fok.
Like, have you ever seen a wild fox just casually in a fucking bathtub?
No.
No.
I also like the comment I always make that I don't know what it is, but she looks like she smells as well. Oh man! All right, I'll move on so we can get to my section then.
All right, I will be right back.
All right.
Bathroom.
Yeah, I gotta set up all my
Yeah.
images and stuff anyway.
Got a pissed.
Pissed. Okay. Oh geez, that large image. Large image. Okay, so it's that one, that one, that one, that one, that one. Oh geez, it's huge. I'm gonna have to organize these a lot.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back. Alright, so I'm going to be talking about a lot of concepts here. A lot of ideas that I've had. I just got to organize my stuff here. There's another image I got to find. Alright, yeah, there's another image I got to find real quick.
After you're done, it's gonna be about 10:30. We might still have time for the movie.
Oh, we will. For sure.
I mean, last few nights you've been up till 3 a.m., so we will.
Yeah. So, I feel like I mentioned Life of Reverend Rubinai earlier. I feel like it's time I talk more about that idea and that story.
Yeah.
Then I'm gonna mention Crystal Risk, and then talk about the new character Lennel. All right.
Also, something I realized about that's gonna be hilarious if we ever do follow up on the fact that for us three, Lily, Nova, and Lennel are kind of similar. Is that Nova would hate Lennel.
Yeah.
Nova is so serious, and it's so easy to piss her off.
Yeah.
She's so short-tempered.
We can talk about the similarities between those. Oh. Okay, so let's see. Oh, sorry, Adot, you're like going off in chat. I'm not, barely seeing any of this, but don't worry, I am trying to pay attention. You are the only active chatter right now, though. Wow, excuse me.
Been here the whole stream.
Yeah, I appreciate that though. We've had up to like 5 viewers at some point tonight.
Most I ever saw was 2. I really couldn't look at it during my portion. So I had my script up the whole time.
That's okay. Alright, I'm gonna put Reverend Rubin up here.
Also, don't want to mention it too much on stream, but I really like the idea we might have for the nozzle top.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we can talk about it off stream later. Hopefully John doesn't fall in the toilet again.
The nether toilet. I'm convinced he used the nether toilet.
He did. I'm sure he did. All right.
I'm back and I have a cat.
Yay.
You didn't fall in the nether toilet this time.
Nope. Instead I kidnapped the cat.
Yay. Pussy kidnapped.
She's already purring.
Aww. Pussy. Alright, Le shot. Alright, so I'll go ahead and get started. I don't really have an outline planned other than just like the amount of topics I'm gonna cover.
Hey, neither did I. I just improv all that. You got this, mate.
Man, no! Get back here!
I'm improvising. Not the kitty!
No! Come back! No! Man!
Pussy!
You did that yesterday too. She just ran off.
Cat moment. Oh my god.
Damn it.
Cats, man. I don't even know. The most confusing.
Cats.
I can't tell if the most confusing cats in the Looney Submarine are Cookie or Max and Ruby.
Max is kind of random at times. I mean,
Yeah.
Ruby drank from the toilet because she didn't like the new water bowl.
The fact that she dehydrated herself just because she didn't like the new way of drinking water is insane to me.
Yeah.
Sebastian is just genuinely fucking stupid. And made of rubber.
Made of rubber.
And then there's Cookie.
Yeah.
She's too smart for her own good, and she's a jerk.
Sebastian is dumber than the fox.
He's crazy.
Dumber than Lily.
I still want to know what you mean by he's made of rubber.
I swear to God, that cat has no bones.
I don't think any cat does.
He is bendy. He is more bendy than any cat I've ever seen. Like, I saw him laying down with his feet on the floor and his butt on a stair, and he was still like laying flat somehow.
Wow.
What the hell?
Oh,
Yeah, where is
geez.
No Mike? I will find the image.
Good. Alright, I think I got everything. I'm actually gonna pull up some scroll up to some information that I have in some servers. Okay, I'm gonna talk about
Jesus, I have a lot of pictures of cats on my phone.
okay.
This might take a second to find. Give me a.
That's okay, take your time. I'm trying to find the information I need to talk about these.
Okay, well that's before we got twins. What if it's? I've looked up cat. I wonder if the image is even gonna show. If it's even gonna recognize that if that is a cat in the image, with how fucking bendy he is. Oh, there it is. Found it. It's in the mic.
What the hell?
That's what I mean by he's made of rubber.
Yeah, rubber cat.
Oh God.
That's what I mean.
Wow. Alrighty then.
Anyways, you can go ahead.
Alright. Yeah, I'm ready to begin. Let me get the timer started. Because I want to be fair to everyone else. Alright, So let's start with the life of Reverend Rubenire. That's oh shit. Oops. That's these two people. The right is Reverend Rubenire. It's not a religious reverend. That's just his name. And on the left is Miriam Cloudstog. Who she's his companion. So this is like a I've been trying to write it like a novel, like a novel you'd read in a school, right? And that like the goal isn't to make it a novel that is actually read in schools. It's just supposed to feel like that. It's super based on Tuck Everlasting to the point that I might as well be some sort of like original fan fiction type thing. I don't know, like a it's not like a it's its own thing, own universe, but like the story is like just copy paste Tuck Everlasting in a sort of way. There's not really that much like of a romance plot involved. Miriam is just a companion. So the story goes that Reverend Rubenire is a pirate, and I made him for one of my first D&D sessions hosted by Derek, who was on stream earlier. When he mentioned Voodoo Lazarus, that's the story that Rubenire was a part of. They were searching for the treasure of Voodoo Lazarus, and Rubenire was on that adventure, and his story takes place after that. So he's like a pirate, but he's more so like of an explorer. Like he kind of leaves behind his life of crime, but he's still like he likes going on pirate-esque adventures. And he decides that maybe he wants to settle, right? Like he's got all this stolen gold out there somewhere, and he just like, you know what, I want to settle for a bit. So he finds some land, he finds a town, and he finds a fountain, and he drinks from the fountain. And little does he know until he finds out from the townspeople that it's a fountain of youth. So he found the world's fountain of youth, and the problem is he did not want it. He does not want eternal life. And he meets Miriam. Miriam chooses to have eternal life. So it's like this balance of Rubenire doesn't want it, but Miriam does, because she's tired of her life and she wants to be invincible. She wants to go out there, see the world. Although I didn't want to make Rubenire totally OP. So if he quote unquote dies, he loses a bit of his mind, his life, his memory. Like he will start to slowly forget things about himself and his life, and it's a thing that just kind of develops throughout the whole story. I'm actually planning like I think 4 books. I know that's ambitious as fuck, but it's kind of like a Strauss thing where like he's going through different eras of time. It sets in this D&D world, but it's like I kind of decided to take some inspiration from the movie Onward, Pixar's Onward, if anyone's seen that. It's about like a fantasy setting meeting the modern world, where like all these fantasy creatures develop like, technology we'd see today, like iPhones and toasters and TVs. So like his world kind of experiences that as he goes on through decades and decades of life. But that's like through the span of 4 books that I have kind of outlined and planned. I have only written like the first 7 chapters of the first book, but I just thought ahead because I want to know where, like, I'm creating the foundation for this giant story. So I'm starting there. But hey, I mean if J.K. Rowling could write like 8 fucking Harry Potter books, I guess 4 is not too much out of the ballpark, right?
Which, hot take, Harry Potter is just a ripoff of Star Wars with less cool sticks.
Yeah, you are right. Yeah, not a hot take. J.K. Rowling is a dumbus, whatever that means.
J.K. Rowling is the inferior George Lucas.
Yes, yeah, she so is. Yeah, I'm gonna. I just thought ahead because. All right, the audio is going through. That's good. I'm just making sure. Sorry. I always get a little self-conscious about the audio. All right. So
your audio is audioing. You're good.
That's good. I'd hope it is. So where was I? So the whole thing, like the first book at least, because that's the one I have like entirely outlined, is that he starts to deal with the struggles of this eternal life, and he's trying to see if there's an antidote out there for it. But in the meantime, he decides to just start this like pirating adventure. No. I think he actually kind of gives up pirating. He goes off to become an explorer and wants to make his own maps of the world he lives in, which is called Maltea. He starts to build this crew with Miriam and everything, and like the whole point of it is that like he starts to realize that with his eternal life, the danger that he experiences in his day-to-day life becomes meaningless. And it's like this kind of whole deep thing. It's kind of like, honestly, this story helped me through like developing the life of Reverend Rubinire helped me deal with like my own existential crisis thoughts that I've had in life, right? And it's like, we'll all go someday. And the point of this story is to say, if you live forever, shit will get boring. People will die around you, and like it just kind of shows how Rubinire, so oddly enough, wants death in a non-suicidal way. Like he wants to grow old naturally, and he like starts to, like, it's just this whole thing. But there will be other.
He just wants to be normal.
Exactly, he just wants to be normal. But it'll be like this big action thing. It'll be a lot of actions and stories and world building. Like I kind of want to get this to the same level as what we've talked about before with Stormender, right? Like it's like a whole world with different stories going on at the same time. We're just seeing it through the eyes of Rubinire and Miriam. I'm gonna introduce Ferniak Kellhorn in some of the books. I want to make he's gonna be introduced as a wizard in the first one. I think I was gonna make another one that takes place in the modern world. It was based off of GTA, and it was like a descendant of Ferniak Kellhorn, still named Ferniak Kellhorn, who was like this crime boss and everything. So he's gonna be an important character, and like I'm even planning like spin-offs. I will get into those whenever, but I'd love to work on spin-offs and stuff. Like I know me talking about it right now is all over the place. I didn't really put together a good outline, but that's just the gist of it. I would love to write more. I would love to go back and revise it. I would love to read some of it on MT Creations and just go off and just finish this thing, because it's one of my favorite projects, one of my biggest ideas and stories I've made. I love these characters. So that's Reverend Rubinire and Miriam Cloudstog. Next is I'm gonna bring up here the Crystal Risk girls. I'm gonna make this image bigger actually. So I gotta change the layering and everything. So these are the Crystal Risk girls. So this all started with the Inktober animations I made. I think it was 2021. I don't really remember. And it started with Maya. She is the one in the middle. So the whole thing behind Crystal Risk, this kind of got developed on a limb. I made the Inktober series, and like I just created this whole story with the prompts and stuff. Crystal Risk, the name itself, actually came from the name of the first and last prompt of Inktober. I think it was 2021. And like from then on, I might actually pull up the Inktober prompts and read them. Inktober. I was planning to do this like every year, but I loss of time and everything. All right,
And you did something cooler this year.
Yeah. I did do something cooler.
2021.
2021 Crystal Risk. The 2022 I introduced Melia, which is she's the one on the right. she was made for that one was supposed to be called Crystal Risk Gargoyle Farm. Also first and last prompt names of the Inktober 2022. And like I just kind of turned the other names into potential story names, like Dreamfire for 2023,
Yeah, you should do
Backpack
it for
Landmark for 2024. Oh yeah, I thought of even going back on the other ones and like turning them into like prequels. 2016 would be Fast Friend, 2017 Swift Mask, 2018 Poisonous Slice, 2019 Ring Ripe, 2020 Fish Crawl. Yeah,
2020
like
would be the dumbest name.
yeah, it would be. But like it gave all these awesome names for these stories and things. I might turn them into just simple like written stories. Like I know I started with an animation. I would love to animate them or do more, like animation stuff. They will appear in Christmas of MT2. But I'd love to, do more with their base story. So until I can do an animation with them or something, because I never even finished Melia's animated Inktober special. I just turning it into written stories. I've written Melia's story, and it was part of another challenge. Except it was a challenge I made for myself, and it was writing a story from the time it took to leave Spain for the summer and get to America. So like throughout my entire airport trip, I had to write this whole short story, and that's a challenge I made for myself to keep myself busy and entertained during a boring airport trip. It's always fun going to Spain, but coming from Spain is always such a drag. So Melly was created for that. And I think then after it was, I think I wrote her story first, and then I put her into Gargoyle Farm. And then Maisie, I think she's the newest addition. Also before I move it, they're called the Crystal Risk Girls because they have these superpowers that are in these crystals. I know that's like a cheesy concept, whatever. It's like we talked about before. It is what it is because it is what it is. They have these power crystals that phase through their bodies. Maisie is the brain, so her crystal phases through her forehead. Maya is the heart. Her crystal phases through her chest, and Melia is the love. Which is funny. That's a separate thing from the heart. Like I think Maya's is supposed to represent like leadership because she is kind of like the leader, and Melia is the love for the team, right? She is kind of like what brings them really together. She's the emotional standing. Maya is the leadership standing. Maisie is the smart standing, right? So like if they have an illogical issue, Maisie will take care of it. If there's no direction, Maya will take care of it. If these girls are absolutely fucking hating on each other, Melia will take care of it. And Melia's crystal phases through her midsection. It feels like Steven Universe gem placements, but that's just how it is. They have these suits or these suits caused or created by the crystals, and these are their normal outfits. I thought it'd be like a whole interesting thing. So, their personalities, like Maya is kind of like a strong, independent leadership type. She grapples things together. Maisie is an oddball. She is total wild card, crazy, zany. She probably has ADHD if that explains more about her character. She's kind of goofy. She's the goofball for being the brains. And Melia, she's the horny one, right? Like the signature horny character, because a lot of media, a lot of stories, they always have the horny one. Melia is the horny one. The other girls always gossip about her behind her back and just call her a whore. They love and hate her. Melia is kind of a freak. She's freaky like that. She's legit like not a clean person at all. And it's funny because her normal outfit is very right? It's kind of conservative. She's presentable, but her battle outfit, her crystal outfit, total like a skimpy mess. Crystals already have the outfits in them. They didn't get to choose. Like Maisie's also has like a bit of skimp to it, but the funny thing with that is like she doesn't really like her outfit. Melia loves her outfit. Maya is indifferent. She doesn't care. She's just there to do the stuff they do. So that's the Crystal Risk girls. I'm gonna read their stories out soon. Because I would love to put that out there. I'm proud of this story. It's fairly recent and new. I've been developing it for a while. It's pretty cool. They are gonna make an appearance in Christmas of MT2, and I have a very interesting idea for them. I cannot wait to put them out there. I love these characters. They're weird and silly, but I freaking love them. And they're really fun. And it like really reflects, you know, my spectrum of creations. Like I will have a combination of wholesome, mature, and just kind of tack it into the same kind of thing. Let me show you the concept art page I made for Maisie. Oh, that is. Oh, maybe there we go. Okay. I created this just last summer, I think, or no? What was it? I don't know if I did it 2024. I don't know if I drew her 2020. No, this is 2023. I made her 2023 because this is sad. The reason I know is because I drew her concept art this summer, the first summer my great uncle was around, or the last summer. Sorry, the last summer my great uncle was around. He passed away last spring. So that yeah, I remember drawing Maisie summer 2023. So time flies. She's actually she's recent, but she's been around for a while already, which is surprising. She's cool. I really like Maisie. Her story I wrote, I think also 2023. Same deal through the airport and everything. Pretty fun. I can't wait to read that out. All right. Lennel's fun. All right, I got 12 minutes to see if I can push Lennel in here. Lennel Oltaz, which is I actually came up with this idea was actually recent, that her last name would actually be pronounced Oltaz, even though it's spelled Otaz. And I feel like that's just a thing she did, or she determined, just so it'd be easier to say, or something, or like, I don't know. But she is actually kind of like Maisie, but more wild. She's the newest one. This is her first debut right now. I've not put her out there until now. So she's a witch, very interesting character. She's actually called a catalyst witch. She is a fourth wall breaking, super overpowered out there character. I'm thinking about like having her, I guess, base environment take place in Rubinire's world. Like she'll just be a main character and stuff. But like this, I mean, she does have her weaknesses, but despite her, like, I guess the reason why I allowed her to be like super overpowered is because she travels from dimension to dimension. She's able to like slip into other universes. She's a super powerful witch. She can still die. I mean, people can kill her, but it's not easy. She does have her weaknesses, but she is smart. She is strong. She is powerful in her ways. She has a lot of neat trinkets. I'll go over those in a bit. I coined the term catalyst as a way to say, you know, like supreme being. I think I had this whole thing where, so her whole deal is she can go from universe to universe, and she has access to the entire MT verse, and not just that, beyond. She could go into Keeper's universe. She could go into Hazumi's universe. She can go into Scorpion's universe. She can access every other universe, right? And this is not like some way for me to say, oh, she has to appear in everyone else's stories or whatever. No, she hides in the shadows. This is just to say, this is just to show how much access she has beyond the MTverse. Like this is just my little personal thing. She makes it into everything. She can slip into everything. I am the only story that she would generally have the most interference and interaction in is sorry, I'm wording that weird. The only story that she would have the most interaction and interference with is Rubinaire's story, because I wanted her to. She's a witch, D&D, fantasy. It just kind of makes sense. The cogs just kind of mesh together there. She's got a lot of interesting trinkets that make her very powerful. She's got her wand, which you can see in the image here. Pull it up and I'll explain everything. Wardrobe magic, she can change her clothing if she needs to. Her wand also holds part of her catalyst power. Portal magic created it's like a sub magic of the catalyst power. I don't really know. I've not written yet. She's kind of a little underdeveloped. I've not written yet how she got her catalyst power. Although one neat thing though is once she became a catalyst, she basically erased every single alternate instance of herself across every alternate universe. She is basically the America Chavez of the MTverse. There is only one Lena Oltaz in existence. And I thought that was just a really cool concept. She erased every other variant of herself, so she can visit every other alternate universe in the MTverse and not run into herself. She's pretty crazy, and I feel like if she died, the other variants would return to their place, making her more overpowered. But it's Lenel. I have fun with this character. She's not really supposed to be like, I suppose like that serious of a character. Like I'm not taking her that seriously. I know overpowered characters can be lame, but for her, like, she's a silly character. She's supposed to be kind of out there. So it's like, it is what it is. She is her. She is awesome. She knows it. Sex magic. This is an interesting one. This is another thing that kind of, she is a wholesome character, generally wholesome character. But the thing is, she found this orb after fighting a succubus sex witch, and she gained this orb. I'm gonna talk as loosely as Scorpion did when he was talking about his Stormenter thing. She's able to use people's quote unquote funny butt feelings to create magic. It is weird. I know it's mature. It's like an adult concept, but I thought it was funny, so I'm just rolling with it. I know it's just super gross, but I came up with it. I'm rolling with it. She doesn't know what it does or what's really supposed to do. She just knows that she needs to get people's funny butt feelings to keep up the magic. She's able to summon other succubi, and like just I think I even had the idea that she's able to change, like she's able to gender bend people with it. Enough. Like she's able to just turn a guy into a girl to a guy, right? If she comes across someone who's trans, can't afford surgery, she's like, oh, I can take care of that for you. Boom. She can do it.
I was about to make that joke.
Yeah, she can.
That's it. Trans is your gender.
Trans is your gender. With sex magic, she can gender bend people. She can do probably other adult stuff that is probably not YouTube friendly. That's just Um, you know, concept. It's just concept stuff. Fusion magic. Um, I think I have it written down. I have like a whole. Yeah, this here it is. I have it pulled up next to me. This
You
gem
also
can be
got
put.
4.5 minutes left. You got to get to
Oh,
Jipicots.
yeah, I do. This gem can be put on the wand and can channel power. Can channel its power when on Lendl's person. Fuses two subjects of Lendl's choosing. That's right. It's like a Steven Universe reference. She can fuse two people together and create like one being. Shielding magic creates this like transparent coach, I think. Yeah. Oh, a small wooden horse can summon a shield and protective carriage over any subject. Yeah, it creates like a horse carriage, a horse-drawn carriage over any subject she wants to protect, and she has a shield that when it's hit, it takes damages. It's like a pie chart. It like slowly disappears. Frog magic. She has not figured that one out. Psycho potion. I think gives her psychic powers. Oh, it gives her the ability to transport into people's minds or dreams. There's a Honey Nut Cheerio. I think it's just a Honey Nut Cheerio. A Hellhorn. This was pretty cool. Did I have that written down somewhere? I think she just has it. I think it's just an item she has. Oh no, wait. There's a souvenir. Sometimes secretes a special oil that if Leno consumed would give her demon powers for a few hours. Okay. Reed of Life. I think it might be like a healer thing. I have 3 minutes, so maybe I won't explain every single thing, but Frudiger Gate transports her to this planet that I've been like creating or conceptualizing, centered around the whole Frudiger arrow aesthetic. I'll make a video about that someday. Just a pen. Familiar summoner cards summons familiars. Holding magic in her hat. Illusion magic. I think some of these might just be self-explanatory. Fairy wings is how she's able to float. Ring magic gives different powers. Magic nail polish. This one, if Leno paints her nails with this, each finger has access to a neat trick. I still have yet to figure out what each power is. Leno always uses this. Leno, you always uses this on her fingers and toes. She does got the grippers out. Here in this art, yeah, she does got the grippers out. So she will use this on both her hands and feet, leading her to have very powerful appendages when she wears the nail polish. So it's like an extra accessory that she could just. It's kind of like this episode of Adventure Time where they got these like magic rings from a wizard, and each of them did like a neat little trick. Like it just like when it's applied, each finger has a different power. So I thought that was just a cool concept, and yeah, she just has all these neat little trinkets. Jester's bell, I think, holds yeah. Oh, that's right. She's also a bit of a trickster. She has some trickster magic. She's kind of like a self-made Loki, if that makes sense. And yeah, she's very cocky. She is insane. She's gonna be introduced in Christmas of MT2, and she's gonna be the main driving force behind that Halloween advent calendar I did for my friends and stuff. Oh shoot, I will still give myself a little bit of time to talk about Chippercut. I know I got like 40 seconds left. But yeah, Leno will be introduced. I really want to use this character more. Also, this is one of her catalyst portals. This is what the portals look like when she transports from dimension to dimension or timeline to timeline. She's insane. Leno Oltaz is absolutely fucking insane, and I cannot wait to do more with the character. But yeah, that's that. I am actually, I think, in a few days or so, I'm gonna make a video explaining the entire MT verse. And I might as well go through the entire spiel that I just went on now about Lennel, because I'd love to talk about Lennel all just in one place for a video. Because like she mostly resides in the MTverse. Like she can travel to any other universe in the Looney Submarine, but she mostly resides in the MTverse. But that's Lennel Oltaz. All right. Welcome to Chipicot. I'll keep this brief. I've made some animations already. This is gonna be a full animated web series that I want to create with my friends. Well, I mean, I do most of the writing, but my friends.
I
do,
am probably gonna voice in it.
Yeah. They help with the voice acting and everything.
I'm in it.
Yeah, you're in it. And I think this is like my big, my baby project right now. Not like that. This is my baby is what I mean. Like this project is my precious child right now. And it's like one of my best ideas freaking ever. I am so proud of this concept. Maxwell, guy with the beard, he comes to this town at the bottom of Ohio named Chipicot. He does actually stand for something, but I'll let the show reveal what that is. He leaves his home in his hometown, his family, to live with his great uncle Codatus and his granddaughter Gertrude, with their pet dog Bladder. Codatus is an insane scientist, crazy scientist. Textbook crazy lab scientist. He has the ability to somehow just destroy reality through his fun little experiments. And he created Lentel. Sorry, I get them confused in my mind a lot. He created Lentel, which is a living, breathing anime girl. Her name is Lentel because Codatus made her out of lint. Like freaking laundry dryer lint. Stuck it in this big oversized oven he has in his basement and created a sexy anime girl. And Lentel is supposed to be the satire on hypersexualization in cartoons and stuff. But she's a great character. She's like kind of like Hazame level, where right, big boobs, but
Hazume's are bigger.
there's more personality. Yeah, Hazume's are bigger though. Like she's drawn terribly on purpose. She's just satire. She has her hair is alive and its name is Starfluff. So she has like a little familiar, and like she does tie into the whole overarching plot somehow, but there's like she's got this amazing character arc that I've just been developing, where she learns about really what she is and everything, and like it's crazy. Yeah, she's just this entire, her whole character is just satire on hypersexualization. I make a lot of fun anime references with her. There is an episode where a weeb finds her and like obsesses over her, and like that episode touches on like sexual assault, right? And it's pretty crazy. But we also see, Maxwell and Gertrude, Codatus, they all get their own stories and arcs and everything. Well, like they just experience everyday weirdness, craziness in their little town of Chipicot. Even Bladder's crazy. His name is Bladder because he freaking pees everywhere. Codatus turned one of his arms into a Lego for some reason. Like he's that insane. And I am the one who voices him. And he's just awesome. Gertrude, the funny thing about Gertrude is like all these wacky things happen in Chipicot, yet she's always bored. She's always just tired of life. She's this happy-go-lucky, outgoing girl, but she is like, at the end of the day, after a big adventure, she's like, that was nothing. I'm so bored. And like she kind of gets this arc where, she learns to appreciate the things around her. Maxwell, I think, was going to give him an obesity arc where he gets fatter, and then like we see him in a weight loss journey, but he's also like the voice of reason. Like he sees all this weirdness and he's just kind of like the commentator on it. Same with Lintel, which is funny because she is part of the weirdness, but she's also confused by it. Like she's always in this state of existential dread. But that's Chipicott. I can't wait to get this out there. I've been writing it since October 2023. Or September. Was it? I don't remember actually. It was fall of 2023. I cannot wait to get it out there. So that's my bit on this. That's Chipicott. And Lenel Oltaz and the Crystal Risk girls. I'll make I'll have a whole video where I just kind of explain Lenel just more in depth and like just on her own. I just decided to for this stream because I thought I wanted to debut her, so I thought that'd be a cool thing to do. So yeah, that was OC Spotlight.
No, John, you know who you can talk about in a part 2?
What?
Jimmy!
Jimmy!
Oh my
You
God.
made Jimmy!
Oh, I did!
If anyone
Jimmy.
can talk about Jimmy, it's you!
That's right.
Yes.
Yeah, next time you gotta talk about Jimmy.
I still can't believe I kind of accidentally made the mascot of the sub.
Yeah.
I know Jimmy is amazing. He's
But all my best characters are accidents, I swear.
yeah.
Because I also just helped Scorpion accidentally make a character.
Oh, nice.
I'm fucking Wizgrolf the Grand.
Oh yeah, on our Terraria world.
Nice. Oh, I
named
says,
them.
is there any episodes that satire taxes and capitalism? They're honestly, Chipicott is built to commentate on the weird crooks of society. So I'm sure at some point there will be a little jabs at taxes, capitalism. I'm planning an episode where Gertrude catches a pedophile and like the whole episode dives deep into, you know, how much of an influx of pedophilia there is in the world. There'll be a whole episode on YouTuber drama, like internet drama, and how freaking like unnecessary it is and how stupid and petty noise is.
Pull Sonic Boom and make a commentary on Chris Chan.
Yeah. I should reference Chris Chan and Chipicott. That'd be hilarious.
Sonic Boom did.
Yeah, Sonic Boom did.
If Sonic can get away with it, we can.
Exactly.
If Sonic and Smiling Friends both made Chris Chan references.
Yeah, I know. Could you like maybe the weeb finds a friend named
Chris.
named Chris. Oh man, it's like that'd be crazy. I want to
Just
find a boyfriendless girl. Oh man. Wait, Edit says I still don't have the lore of your printer. I will develop a Yuna more somehow. I have not come up with much for a Yuna, but I will show more on a Yuna. And now any Epcot references, I want to connect in the channel in a deep way. Oh, that's a yeah. I actually I'm my New Year's resolution is to talk or not talk is to write more of my stories, develop more, write more, read more. And one of those stories is Spirits of the Epcot Center because I'm so passionate about that one. And yeah, I'll be working on Chipicott. I'll be working on the Crystal Risk Girls. I will develop Lenel more. I'll do something for a Yuna. Like it'll be crazy. I'm gonna put together a lot more stuff and also Lenel's also like kind of a hinge towards the door to more collaborations between the stuff we could do on the Looney Submarine. Like honestly, if I'm writing another collab with anyone else where my character is going to another universe, right? Like MT meets Strauss and Hazame, right? I feel like from now on, Lenel would be the reason that happens. Because I love Lenel so much. He's such a great character. Even if she like opens the door, shoves MT into a portal, call it a day, right? And then she doesn't really appear in the story. She'll still be the reason why collabs happen on my part. Spirits of the Epcot Center is my most listened podcast, actually, and I wonder why the first beep plays. Yeah, you'll see more of Spirits of the Epcot Center. I am not letting that story go. I'm gonna finish it. I'm gonna write more of it. I think I left off with Wonders of Life, the Spirit of Wonders of Life, freaking leaving Epcot. That story is fun because it's like Steven Universe meets Inside Out. It's kind of wild. Maybe because I listened to it in a ridiculous rate while making some of my videos materials of this goddamn Epcot documentary. I'm glad you're listening. I'm glad you're enjoying that. It's awesome. All right, well, I'm ready to turn in. Is there anything else you guys want to say? Gotta say anything you guys want to chat about before we end off the stream?
Let me look up for the part 2 where I talk about Anami, who is, I think, without a doubt, my greatest written OC.
What?
I was gonna say, the part 2, I'm talking about Anami, who is without a doubt my greatest written OC.
Oh yes, yeah. We will have to make a part 2. Maybe in part 2 I will. What?
Anami's been around since like 2020 or 2021 or so. So
yeah.
Anami's been around a lot longer than Hazume's illusionary Hazume.
That's crazy. Yeah. I would love to talk more about Spirits of the Epcot Center as well. I know they're kind of like half OC, half based on something, but they're still fun characters. I might talk more about I'll definitely talk more about Chipicott as well. We need to talk about Jimmy. We need to open
Without
the
a
floor
doubt.
for Jimmy.
Yes, we need Jimmy.
Yeah. Maybe if I do more more development on Aguna and Nozzletov, I'll do that too.
Which that legit could happen because I had an idea for Nozzletov, but I also did forget that Iuna is part of Nozzletov, so my idea might have to incorporate that somehow.
Yeah. Maybe I'll even like I don't mention them much, but my main like core OCs like Sunflower, Catalina, Frankie, Marble. I want to finish their base stories next year. Like I might talk about them again. Cuz they're kind of like all over the place. I've kind of switched to the newer characters.
I brought back a dead OC.
Yeah.
You can always revive your OCs.
Yeah,
Sometimes
exactly.
sometimes they need a little work.
Exactly.
I definitely need to rework Lily a lot, but yeah, you can always bring back a dead OC.
That was the same
for
with
sure.
Rita. Rita was a dead OC before she found her way into illusionary as Hazume's daughter.
Right.
I mean, technically, I still have one dead OC I haven't revived yet.
I might have some dead stories and stuff that I could revive as well that I've just started but didn't finish. Reverend Rubener is actually one of them. Like, I just haven't thought about that story in a while. Lendl kind of reawoke it, and that's part of why I talked about him today is because of Lendl.
I have a very, very dead OC, but also their name isn't dead though.
Yeah.
Keeper.
Yep, Keeper.
Keeper.
They were originally an OC.
Wow.
I just use the name as my internet name now.
Yeah. We also gotta get a Blood Vial Sarah to say something about Vivian or Viola. I would love to hear her yap about them.
Yeah, she wanted to talk about Vivian.
Yeah. Vivian is an awesome character. But yeah, well, I guess that wraps things up neatly. I mean, thank you for the 5 viewers that have consecutively watched this. Thank you for
Keeping the chat alive.
Yeah, keeping the chat alive. It means a lot. And I don't know when I'll stream again, but I am working on some videos to put out there soon, so stay tuned. I suppose that's really it.
Yep.
Yeah. Thank you guys so much for watching. I'm actually gonna restore my boop. All right, there we go. Let me.
You passed it.
Boop. There we go.
There you go.
Alrighty. thank you guys so much, and see you next time.